Good morning, Alpha Nation. What is up and what's going on, ladies and gentlemen, traders, boys and girls from around the world? What is happening? And happy Hump Day! Hump Day, ladies and gentlemen, my favorite day of the week. It is July 20th, 2022, 9:01 in the morning, and we are back ready to attack it. We are back in the market, ready to make it happen, looking for some opportunities to lock in some big-time profits today. So traders, ladies and gentlemen, Alpha Nation, Alpha family, hit me with that big old good morning. Who do we have inside the chat today? Who is ready to rock and roll, and who is ready to make it happen? Woo! Because I am absolutely ready, and I am fired up to work with each and every one of you. I love you all. Stir, I'm looking right at you. Stir, I love you, buddy. Let's make it happen. I love you too, Lambo and Tracy and JDOS and Trader Adam and Steve. I love you all. Alpha family, ADT Nation in the house today. Let's go. Let's have an awesome day in the market, team. Let's do what we do best and just trade the best setups out there and see that money rolling on into that account. Today is going to be an awesome day, team. I just have a feeling today is that day, so we are going to hit it hard, and we are going to make it happen. Oh, my goodness. I knew the yearly membership would grandfather me into my personalized good mornings. Mr. Stir, I love you. Actually, Mr. Stir, I'm banning you today for that message, okay, sir? All right, sir? Stir, you are gone. Out of here. All right, give me 1 second, guys. We got to ban Mr. Stir real quick, just because I feel like banning people. I banned one person before, and it felt pretty good. So, yeah. But no, you guys hold it down. You guys are great. YouTubers, traders over on the tube, hit me with that big old good morning. Happy Hump Day. Who do we got over on the tube today? We got Joey, the man, the myth, the legend. He's always here. Joey, what is going on? Matt, Victor, Jack, Dave, Angela, what's up, Angela? Mr. Steve. Ladies and gentlemen, guess who we have? It's been 6 months. Guess who is over on the tube today? Mr. Mutas in the right corner. Mutas, 200-pound lightweight champion. Mutas, what's going on, buddy? How's it going? Joe, Diego, Danny. All right, team. That's enough of that. All right, I don't have any more breath left in me. I'm going to dive into it because by the time 9:30 comes around, I'm going to be exhausted. I'm going to be like, all right, guys, I'm going to go take a nap. All right, I'm going to go take a nap, hold it down, make some money. Send me that Venmo when you guys are done. 50-50 profits. Let's make it happen. Bam, bam, bam. Good morning, fam. All right, team. Without further ado, we're diving into it. You guys are fired up, right? Who's fired up right now? Who's hyped up? Who feels the energy? Because the energy is alive right now inside of chat. And if it's not, we're going to start all over. We got to start all over if you guys aren't feeling that energy. If you guys aren't hyped up and fired up, ready to freaking crush it today. So let's make sure you guys are fired up. All right, let's make sure. Yeah, we go. We're fired up. We're ready to make it happen. We are ready to dive into our pre-market preparation session, right? This is our time to get you guys prepared for the day, talk about those top stocks, and again, make sure we are all set, ready to rock and roll for 9:30 when the bell goes. Ring-a-ding-ding. All right, so first things first. Traders inside the chat. Morning stock newsletter was published. Oh, no. There we go. Morning stock newsletter was published right before 8. Once again, right around 8:30. So again, if you want to go check out this morning stock newsletter, definitely do so. Again, I post everything inside of chat, guys. If you go into alerts, you're going to see everything in alerts. You're going to see today's earnings, today's economic calendar, the highest shorted stocks, the market overview. But again, if you're just now tuning in, let's say you come in a little bit late and you do not want to dissect everything within chat, within alerts, options, crypto, stock talk. Simply go into the morning stock newsletter, click today's date, and you guys are all set ready to rock and roll. Yesterday's top gainers, right? Market briefing. Every single stock with news, something new, so you guys know. You see how this one is centered here? You see how that press release is centered? And again, it's green. This is a press release that stands out to me, right? So these centered press releases with these keywords in green are those hot keywords we look for in hot press releases. Okay, so those are going to be centered. Those are the press releases that really stand out to me, and those could be what we call low float, back burner sleeper plays, right? Some of these stocks could be ripping in pre-market, but if they're not, they have the absolute best press releases, and these stocks could be top gaining stocks when the market opens. So again, just so you guys are aware, why is that centered? Why is KPTI centered? Why is AIM centered? Well, because these are some of the best press releases, all right, team? There's a lot of press releases, ADCT, AIH, ADIL, GNLN, SDIG. Guys, there's about 10 plus press releases here, okay? But the ones that stand out to me the most is ADIL, announcing top-line results from their Phase 3 trial. KPTI granted regulatory designations in regards to this big word I don't know, but I looked it up, and it's cancer-related, all right? So anything with cancer involved typically does well. AIM, again, cancer-related press release. I've done the legwork for you guys, okay? We do lessons every single day. We get you guys educated, okay? I'm going to go ahead and do a pre-market walkthrough lesson today. That's our lesson for the day, guys. Off the top of my head, what do I do every single morning to get prepared? Obviously, I'm looking at every single stock with news. Obviously, I'm picking my top stocks. I'm going through hundreds of stocks within our gappers, looking at the overall market, trying to find sector sympathy, looking at stocks that could squeeze because they are heavily shorted, what's going on in the economy that could impact the market, looking at prior day gainers, and then taking consideration earnings. Guys, I am doing all the legwork for you, but I want you to be able to do the legwork as well. So today's lesson is going to be, what does Josh do every single morning? Because I want you guys doing it as well. But we don't have enough time to go through that here at this point in time. I do the legwork for you. I eliminate that noise, and I bring you guys to the stocks that have the best potential. I, again, remove the distractions and get you guys focused on the best stocks for the day, and that's exactly what we're going to do. So go check out that morning stock newsletter. Get prepared if you guys want. This afternoon, we're going to talk about what Josh does between the hours of 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. to get you prepared for the day. All right? Joey needs to join the team as much as he watches. Jake, hop on over to YouTube and tell Joey, say, Joey, what are you waiting for? All right, we'll all pitch in $10 for Joey. I'll pitch in $10 for Joey. Jake will pitch in $10 for Joey. We'll all pitch in for Joey, okay? So let's dive into it, guys, all right? What is my watch list for the day? What stocks am I watching and why? And why? Joey can see the comments. He's here daily. So Netflix. We're going to start with Netflix. Netflix earnings last night. All right. So again, Netflix with earnings last night. We have some adjusted price targets actually down. So again, you look at Duchess Bank, Duchess, adjusting the price target, the 270 from 300. Netflix receives price target boost to 230 from 220 from Morgan Stanley. So you got some buy ratings, you got some hold ratings, you have some analysts coming in and adjusting their ratings here on Netflix. And again, we had earnings last night. So Netflix currently up from 201.63, hitting those post-market highs of 225, and we're slowly pulling back into support. So for those of you saying, Josh, I want to look at Netflix today, I think there's opportunity. I would agree. There's definitely probably some opportunity today with Netflix, okay? So we are coming back down into daily resistance, okay? We had daily resistance at 205.20, daily resistance at 205.20, daily resistance right at 205.20 several times. We are coming back down into that level as support. So I definitely want to watch Netflix above. Again, I got to give yourself a little bit of a window. Give yourself a window, 204.50 to 205.30. Somewhere within that mid 204 to mid 205 support from the daily chart here on Netflix. Another level that I want to point out is that spiking high, okay? 207.34 could be a good dip buy level as well. And then if we crack below those two levels, I would say back down towards yesterday's resistance. And yesterday's resistance was right around 201.68, right? So again, 207.34 could be a great dip buy level here on Netflix. 204.58 could be a great dip buy level here on Netflix. And then 201.68 could be a great dip buy area as well for nice bounces, nice scalps, lock in some quick profits. Then we just sit back and wait for proper market structure to get set in at or near one of these levels, some kind of formation, some kind of strategy to get this thing going, potentially back up towards around some of these prior highs from pre-market and some of these prior highs from post-market. So right now, we just need to let Netflix fade and fall a little bit more, okay? Come into one of these levels of support. We have some dip buy opportunity. Wait for market structure or a formation or some kind of strategy to, verify and just present itself. And then we're all set, ready to rock and roll. But Netflix is absolutely going to be on watch for today. I'm also going to be watching Snowflake again. Snowflake was a decent little trade yesterday. We were able to lock in maybe $300, $350 yesterday on Snow. I mean, it was decent, but we had a pretty decent push from those lows as, again, the overall market did pretty well yesterday. I mean, solid green day on the Qs, solid, nice little green day there on the SPY. Snowflake was a great short. I'm glad we took it, and I'm glad we got out when we did because it pushed right back up into the 147s yesterday, which, again, was right back above that trend line, which is looked at as our neckline from the head and shoulders formation, and it did push right back above that 20 EMA as well. So, assuming we see the SPY having a red day, assuming we see the Qs having a red day, I'm still looking at Snowflake to the short side, guys. Okay, so what we want to see here is Snow dropping back below that 145.62 area. That's going to be the 20 EMA. Ideally, cracking that trend line again to really get this thing going off this head and shoulders formation. All right, so this is a great day trade opportunity that could turn into a swing trade. Right, so where could we look to take some profits here today? 141.55, which is yesterday's lows. Then down towards around 136.24. And then if this is a good day trade that turns into a swing trade opportunity, we do have a gap that could be filled all the way down towards around 127.58. So if we start cracking below that 145.60 to 146 level, I'll probably start jumping into the short side again, like I did yesterday, looking for this to come on down towards around that 141.55, then down towards around that 136.24. And if we're coming on down and the market is weak and we see the SPY and the Qs having a red day, and we believe that we could see a gap down tomorrow or some more weakness follow through the rest of the week, I would be okay with holding a small position, Snowflake, to the short side down to fill that gap around 127.58. All right, so Snowflake on high watch today for the possible head and shoulders formation. Entries for me are below 145.7 to the short side. My first target is 141.55. My second target is 136.24. And then my final target, daily gap fill, 127.58. I highly doubt that's going to be hit today. So again, part of my position could be held as a swing trade, depending on what Snow does and what it looks like towards the end of the day. So again, Netflix, you guys are all set, ready to rock. Snowflake, you guys are all set, ready to rock. My top two stocks for options today. The SPY, we're going to keep this very, very simple and play some basic levels, guys. All right, so looking at the SPY, we just cracked below a very key level of support. 392.89 was a pretty key level here on the SPY. So that is now going to be resistance. If the SPY cannot break above 392.89, we have room down to 389.27, and then we have room down to this trend line here on the SPY, which again, depending on how fast the SPY comes down, if it comes down, that would put us, the trend line, right around that 389.27 level, and that would put us right around that area towards the end of the day. So again, team, that would be one of your main levels of support if we do see a red day. If we do continue to see the SPY drop on down, you would have room down to 389.27, assuming we cannot get back above that 392.89, which is a pretty key level. Now, let's assume that the SPY does get above 392.89, right? We have a good short plan in place. We know where we would like to short the stock and where we would like to cover the stock. But what if the short plan doesn't work out? What if we break above 392.89? Do we just want to watch it and stare at it and watch it go to, say, 400? No, we want to have a long plan in place as well. So if we get back above that key level of support, 392.89, I see potential back up to those post-market highs, 395.27. And then I see potential up towards around, it was like 397.72. Now, yes, $400 would be the main level, but before you get to $400, I see room towards around that mid 397 here on the SPY. All right. So again, have a long plan in place. Breaking above that 392.89, we have room back up to those post-market highs. And if we do indeed see a green day, we could absolutely see the SPY rip and run up towards around that 397.72-ish area. And then the main level that a lot of investors and traders are really going to be watching is that psychological $400 level here on the SPY. Okay. The Qs. What do we got going on with the Qs? So the Qs, little bit different. Okay. So we have a pretty decent key level right off that gap at 299.26. That was a key level. We were breaking above that level in post-market. We popped right back up towards around $300, but we got rejected here on the Qs. Then we fell back below that 299.26. Those are both key levels, right? The gap fill level, we were above it. That resistance turns into key support, and we can see how many times it was a validated level looking at that daily chart. Then on top of that, we got back down below 300. So if we cannot get back above 299.26, and that's showing a lot of resistance, I highly doubt we're going to squeeze back above 300 today. That's a very strong psychological level of resistance, is 300. So with that being said, that's our key level. I'd give yourself about a 1 point window, a $1 window of resistance between 299.26 and then right back up towards around that post-market high. If we're struggling to break through that level today and we cannot break on out and it looks bearish, I see potential here on the Qs back down to 296.20. Now, that's our short plan. What if the Qs do indeed, say, bounce off that 296.20 and we see it ripping on back up? Well, we know where resistance is, 299.26, and then that post-market high right at 368 cents. But I'm really looking at that 300 psychological level, right? I'm not really looking at that 368 cent level. My level is that $300 whole round psychological level. If we do see strength today, and we are going to have a green day, and we're above $300, right? We could see the Qs back up towards around 302.60, 302.60 here on, actually 302.50. I was right. 302.50 would be that target to the long side. So there's your long plan, right? If we come down and bounce at 296.20, you could look to go long to 299.26 and then 300. You ever break over 300, you could have a runner on the table up towards around 302.50. Well, let's say we don't bounce at 296.20. Well, we have room into this trend line, right? We could see the Qs fade a little bit further into this trend line, which would put us somewhere around 294 to 295 would be a support level here on the Qs. Now, let's say we open on up and push to 299.26, for example, and we can't break above that level. You could look to short it down to 296.20. And then if we crack that level, leave a runner on the table because we would have potential into this trend line down around that 294 to 295 level here on the Qs. So again, you have a great long plan and a couple different ways to trade this long, and you have a great short plan. And there's a couple different ways that you could short the Qs. And the same thing applies to the SPY, right? You have all of your levels. You know exactly where we could see the SPY and the Qs go. You have a couple different ways and a couple different ideas on how you could trade the SPY long, depending on what happens when we open. And then the same thing to the short side. So again, the SPY and the Qs, you guys are all set. We're absolutely going to be watching the SPY and the Qs like we do every single day. And it really depends on what the overall market does and how I trade snow. So I'd like to see the SPY get rejected here and move lower. I would love to see the Qs get rejected here and move lower because that's going to pull Snowflake down with it. And I really like this daily technical setup. It was a great trade yesterday. I see tons of potential today with snow, assuming the overall market does have a red day. I'll be very confident to pull the trigger on snow. And maybe some of this day trade turns into a swing trade, right? So those are going to be the option plays for today to get you guys all set, ready to rock. Now, what do we have going on with small caps? Well, really right now at this point in time, we have crypto related stocks. So SDGI, SDIG is a crypto related stock. APLD is a crypto related stock. MARA is a crypto related stock. So what we're seeing right now at this point in time is a lot of crypto related stocks moving on up because Bitcoin was moving. Riot was moving. MARA had been moving. So if we are going to see that sympathy, we're still going to see these crypto related stocks moving because Bitcoin and some of these altcoins are moving. We need to get prepared on what could be the next sleeper play, right? MARA is already up from around $8.60 to $14 in 2 days, right? It's already made a pretty big move. APLD is already up from $1 to $2.67 in the past 2 days. It's already made a huge move. SDIG has already made a pretty decent move as well. So what is a group of stocks that have not moved yet that could move, assuming the sympathy is still here, assuming the focus is still with these crypto related stocks? Well, let's go look at our crypto related stock watch list. We have stocks again like RIOT. That's a given. We will be watching RIOT. This stock is gapping up today. You have BTCM, right? This stock is trying to get a little bit of action. SOS is a very popular crypto related stock. You have ANY is pretty popular. HIVE is another crypto related stock. ARBK is another one. So I went ahead and posted this on up this morning, guys, right? You have Coin trying to move on up. You have OLB trying to move on up. ANY, HIVE, SOS, BITF. A lot of these crypto-related stocks could move, and that's what we call sector sympathy, right? What are our leaders? When Bitcoin is really moving and the crypto space is really moving, what are the first two stocks that typically move the most and the best? It's always been MARA and then RIOT. And we can see that these have been the leaders over the past couple of days. And then we have these smaller cap stocks follow. That's going to be stocks that we just listed like ANY, SOS, BTCM, HIVE, HUT, Hut Mining is another one. HUT's had a couple decent days behind it. So what I would suggest is either A, simply look at your leaders, right? Think of MARA like the Bitcoin, right? Think of RIOT like the Bitcoin. And then think of like ANY and SOS like the altcoin, okay? So if you just want to watch the leaders, the ones that really just have the focus, that are pretty consistent, that's going to be MARA and RIOT. Now, if you're looking for one of those like smaller cap, low float sleepers that have yet moved, that can move off this, what we call sector sympathy, right? I mean, you have a great list, and I'll go ahead and type this up inside the chat. And I'll actually tell you which ones I like the most based on past experience. ANY has always been a great crypto-related stock. When it moves, right? When it moves, it moves. So ANY is a great one. Another one that moves is HUT, HUT mining. HUT is another great one. HIVE, I remember Hive. HIVE was another great one, and so was BITF. So you have a list of the top crypto-related stocks that could move. And right now, what are we really seeing at this point in time? Across the board, 80% of what's moving with these penny stocks, these lower priced plays, they are crypto-related stocks, okay? SDIG, DRCT, you have, I think, GNLN is another crypto-related stock, if I'm not mistaken. You have MARA and RIOT moving. Again, guys, that's where the focus should be today. So DRCT is one of the lowest float stocks on the leaderboard right now at this point in time. Okay, right now at this point in time, we're absolutely just going to watch DRCT right out of the gate, right? So what do we have here going on? Direct Digital Holdings Platform reports a 540% year-over-year revenue growth here with DRCT, one of the lowest float stocks on the leaderboard, now getting some great hype and great attention right out of the gate. So where could we see DRCT go? 192 was resistance. Got resistance right around 270. Then you have resistance up towards around 335. You'd have some resistance up towards around 365. And then up towards around 430. Okay. Do we have any other support? Probably a little bit of support right there around 216. But the better level down towards around 192. So right now, DRCT is going to be the number one that we're watching right out of the gates. You guys are watching SLNO. Supports at 23 cents with SLNO. Top resistance, 28 to 29 cents. A break over that 28 to 29 cent resistance level here on SLNO, you have potential to 33 cents and then 38 cents here with SLNO. They had some news this morning as well that they provided regulatory updates for one of their treatments. All right, so it's not the best press release, but there is a catalyst here with SLNO, and it has the volume. It's definitely a stock that can move over 28 to 29 cents. You have potential to 32 cents, 33 cents, and then up towards around 38 cents here on SLNO. APLD, one of yesterday's top gainers, bottom support right now at $2 here with APLD. If you crack below $2 support, you have room down to 178. Right now, top resistance, $2.67, with our final target being the 200-day moving average at $2.95. So again, this is a crypto-related stock that had a hot big day yesterday, and we could already see another day to the upside, another continuation day, another day of momentum. This stock had a pretty decent day. It pushed up to 267 there in pre-market, pulled back to support, trying to find a higher low. It definitely needs to be kept on watch. Once again, traders, $2 support at this point in time with bottom support at 178. Right now, top resistance, 267 with room to $2.95. SDGI is another stock getting some great action, and I do like SDGI. Okay, I do like it. It's another crypto-related stock. SDGI, bottom support, $2.45, with top resistance here right around that 285 level. A break over these pre-market highs, team, we have potential to $3.27. So my top penny stocks today, and most of them are crypto-related stocks. You got SDGI. You have APLD, looks to have some great potential. I'm also going to be watching MARA and RIOT, some of these leaders. And then lastly, DRCT. So once again, DRCT out of the gate, I'm watching it. APLD out of the gate, I'm watching it. SDIG out of the gate, I'm watching it. And then we have our crypto-related stocks leaders, the ones that typically lead a lot of these smaller cap stocks. You got MARA, RIOT. All right, team, we are all set, ready to rock and roll. Again, our primary focus today at 9:30 is going to be these crypto-related stocks until we see something else moving on up. Then we'll get prepared at that point in time. So let's make it happen, team. Let's have some fun, and let's lock in some profits. Right now, traders, I think it's safe to say the number one stock that we will be watching right out of the gate is going to be DRCT. And a break over that pre-market high, this thing has potential to $3.35 here on DRCT. Thanks, Stir. Completely spaced. Appreciate you, buddy. So right now, you guys know the drill. Sit back, be patient, wait for the best opportunity. Right now, we are starting the break here. DRCT. Look at Roblox. Roblox out of the gate, guys, with a huge spike to it. RBLX out of the gate with a massive spike to it. I'm going to go ahead and add RBLX to my intraday watch list as well, guys. Netflix is absolutely just dumping here. Netflix right into that level of support, though, here on NFLX. Netflix dumping into that $200 level on Netflix. Let's see if we get a nice little dip buy off that $200 level. See if we get a nice little dip buy, 202, 202, 207, 203. Let's go ahead and take a quick, what do we got, 158 on a quick scalp on Netflix? I'll take it. I'll take it. Nice little scalp there on Netflix, guys. Quick little 158 to start the day. Definitely risky. Heart was racing, not gonna lie. Netflix had dropped from that 208 all the way down towards around the low 200. So I went ahead and grabbed a quick 100 shares for a small dip buy opportunity there on Netflix. So for a quick $1.50 scalp in and out, go ahead and lock in a couple bucks to start our trading session. And we were talking about Netflix in those dip buys, right? So that wasn't anything that you guys were unaware of. We were talking about Netflix and those dip buys, NFLX, right? We had all of these levels marked up. When I look over, I see it sitting right around that 200 level, right around our 201.68. I got my fill at 201.20. I got out at 202.78. So I took it for a quick $1.50 to the upside right off that key level that we had been discussing here in pre-market. All right, so if you guys were able to grab a dip buy off that lower level of support, congratulations. Right now, still the number one penny at this point in time, DRCT traders. DRCT is the number one at this point in time. Making sure we're not missing anything. APLD. There's a lot of action here, guys. But I still think DRCT is the best looking one at this point in time. Until it dumps on off traders, this is it. Nice and cheap, low float stock, nice break over those pre-market highs, 9 EMA crossing above the VWAP. We do have the 9 EMA and the VWAP sitting right at that pre-market high of 275. 275 psychological support as well. Right now, team, as long as we stay above 275 on DRCT, there's some decent potential here. So right now you have 275 support here on DRCT. So right now, we're just kind of sitting back, looking to see what DRCT is going to do. Is it going to pop and squeeze over 3 to 335? If so, I'm just going to watch that take place. I'm going to watch it do that. If we drop on back down to 275, that's a nice little dip buy opportunity down around 275, guys. Netflix makes me want to short it. Netflix looks like a fantastic short right now, guys. Let's see what Netflix does. Decreasing volume along this bounce on up at around 205 resistance. Let's see what Netflix does here around 205 resistance. But Netflix looks like it wants to drop on off here. Looking a little weak, not a lot of volume, but I'm still being patient with Netflix. I'm not in it. As you guys can see, I have nothing unrealized at this point in time. The bid's at 204.40. I'm still waiting. I'm not in Netflix, but I see a potential short coming on up with stops over the VWAP. Profit target down at $200. Right now, if you're long DRCT, your next target's $3.35. Your next target is $3.35 here on DRCT. I'm still not in on Netflix, long or short. At this point in time, I have 0 trades on the table. Nothing open at this point in time. I am personally sitting back on my hands at this point in time, just waiting for the next best opportunity to present itself. Right now, I'm not touching DRCT here. Roblox is having a nice little day. We'll come back and take a look at that. How's Snow looking? Snow? Not terrible. I was wanting it to drop below 146, so no entries there. MARA has resistance at 1425. RIOT has resistance up towards around that 750. APLD is coming into resistance at 264. SDIG is kind of rolling on over. Still, it's definitely DRCT, guys. DRCT is the number one at this point in time. Definitely looks like Netflix wants to get that next leg down for sure. See a small little trade here. Little retap of 105. Let's see if we retest 105 here. And then I'll take a short, small short. Here we go. We're going to go ahead and take a small short on Netflix. Stops right over that prior high. Looking for this to get that wash on down. Nice little drop on off here. And this is a smaller position. I want to hold it all the way down to 200. So it's such a small position. I'm going to let it breathe. I'm going to work with it, but I want to see it down towards around 200. And I'm curious, if Netflix cracks 200, we can get some serious selling pressure underneath 200. A new over 205 is where I'm out. Over 205 is where I'd be out of this. Cost basis is 203.70. Very tiny position. We're really looking for this to drop on off back down into the low 200s here. If this is a higher low reversal, I will be cutting it if it's a higher low reversal here. Got the bid at 203.20. Spreads are closing in. Let's see it crack below 203. There's a crack below 203. Got 202.80 on the bid now. We want to see the ask stay below 203 on Netflix as well, down towards around 200. If we start to see a bounce, it could be a higher low reversal. Yeah, I don't know. It looks like a higher low reversal to me. I'm going to go ahead and walk away from Netflix. I do not want to hold this if it's a higher low reversal, because if it is, it's going to rip to 207 pretty quickly. I'm going to go ahead and walk away from that because it didn't just drop on off as quick as I thought it should have if it was actually going to be a leg down. So after commissions and fees on that one, that was a break even. So nothing really there on that Netflix trade. Nothing really there. Right now, I cannot seem to find a reason to be jumping into DRCT right now, guys. I am not going to be touching this near high a day. Oh no, RYTM is moving again. I don't like that stock. So if TBLT can break 4, you got about 10% in it, up towards around 438 here on TBLT, guys. So for me, I would have to wait for the break and the hold over 4. Because then I can see it up towards around 438 to 440, which is about 10% there. So now let's see what TBLT is going to be doing coming on up. So MARA with a beautiful red to green move. Nice increased volume push. Consolidating sideways. MARA. Let's see if MARA can actually hold our 9 EMA here in the VWAP and see if we can get that next leg on up. MARA has a resistance at $14.25, but over $14.25, we have room to $15 and then $15.70. So, I mean, there's a lot of good potential here with MARA. Can you explain why you didn't get into DRCT when it was at 260-ish, when it was at the market open? I don't just buy stocks at the open. Number one, it was a beautiful gap and go strategy. But there's so much that I do on my end that's distracting. So usually I don't really get that focus until about a minute or 2 minutes in. Again, I'm getting you guys prepared. I'm talking about 10 stocks, breaking it down, getting you guys prepared so you guys know what stock you want to watch and what you're ready to do, right? I had no plan on DRCT. I was not prepared on DRCT. Coming into 9:30, distracted, just wrapping up our pre-market commentary session, getting you guys prepared. It was just one of those trades that I was not fully focused on to pull the trigger right at 9:30. But it was a beautiful gap and go strategy over that 275 level. And all that matters really is, did you take the trade, right? Did you take the trade? Did you grab that opportunity? That's all I care about, is if you are getting those opportunities. Because I know at some point throughout the day, I'll find my opportunity and I'll find my trade. I wouldn't really say Netflix is ripping right now at this point in time. Netflix is trying to put in a double bottom. Wouldn't really say it's ripping right now. It's trying to bounce a little bit off 200. You got MARA rolling on over at this point in time. You got DRCT pulling back a little bit. RIOT is rolling over. APLD is rolling over. There's a lot of stocks having a good little day. You got Roblox doing relatively well. Netflix could be a break of this downtrend coming on up, guys. So if you like Netflix, you could simply stop out under 200. You're looking for a break of this downtrend back up towards around 205.80 and then 208.11. So right now, Netflix, guys, if you're looking for a low-risk, high-reward trade, it's a break of this downtrend back up the 205.70, and then I would say back up toward the open at 208.22, and you could put your stop losses below $200. If you think this is a double bottom reversal, break of the downtrend, and that's a strategy that you have in your tool belt, this could be an opportunity for you. So 285 is your support level here on SDIG now at this point in time. So as long as you stay above 285 here on SDIG, break 3, you have room to 327, guys. Right now, great volume along this breakout. Let's see a quick little 2 to 3 minute pullback, right? 2 or 3 candles pulling back into the 90 MA, pulling back into that pre-market high of 285, healthy decreased volume, see the bounce, see the push through $3. We have room to 327. I like SDIG, but I really wanted to see it a little bit closer to 285. I wanted to see a little bit of a better pullback here on SDIG, but still tons of great potential here, guys. Now is a break, new high a day, 304. Let's see if it's going to hold. Last thing I want anybody doing is chasing a breakout when the market hasn't really been providing you with consistent breakouts. But right now, not too shabby. Is it going to stay above 3, or is it going to start dropping like we've seen a lot of breakouts do lately? Right now, pretty strong break of 3, guys. Right now, 327 potential. Room to 327 here on SDIG. And I'm not touching it right now, guys. A lot of you are probably wondering, Josh, it just broke $3. Why are you not getting in? I don't buy breakouts. Josh, the stock just went from 285 to 308. Why are you not in? I didn't see a reason to get in. Josh, you're missing all this money. No, I'm not. I'm actually preventing a potential unnecessary loss by chasing the stock at $3.15. If you are buying this at $3, I'm sorry, you're chasing. If you're buying this at $3.15, I'm sorry, you're probably trading with some FOMO, right? You fear that you're going to miss out. Listen, guys, the stock's going to pull back. I know the stock's going to pull back at some point, and then I'm looking to get in on a nice, healthy pullback. But until then, I'm just going to watch the stock do its thing. I don't know what's going to happen next, nor do I need to know what's going to happen next on this stock. I don't know what's going to happen next, and I could really care less. All I care about is when I see an opportunity present itself, that I get prepared, and I attack and I make it happen. I am not touching a stock breaking out over $3 high day. Why? We haven't seen stocks break out consistently. I'm not going to be the guinea pig and jump into a trade and take an unnecessary loss. I am a professional trader. I am not chasing stocks. I am not buying breakouts in a weak market. Today's a pretty decent day, but over the last couple of weeks, the market has been relatively weak. So that is my reasoning for staying away from SDIG right now at this point in time. I need to remain disciplined, stay patient, and wait for the best opportunity to come to me, and it will at some point. But I am not chasing stocks over high a day. I like the dip buy at like 290. Dip buy at 290 would be decent. Centerpoint Securities is who I use. We got to let that come back down for a dip buy. There was your break of the downtrend on Netflix. Snowflake's actually having a nice day here. DRCT, a little slow and steady. Do we got a nice little downtrend here on DRCT? Is there any kind of downtrend that we could run on this trade? Maybe. Let's see if we ever have an opportunity with a potential break of a downtrend coming on up. RIOT, nothing there. MARA, giving a little bit back. APLD is starting to bounce. APLD was a great stock yesterday. I mean, this stock had amazing potential yesterday, and it did really nice. So if you guys are looking at APLD, or if you are, say, long APLD, a break over 264 is where volume will move in for the next leg up to 295. There on APLD. And then I'm personally waiting for that pullback. I would say into this this hiccup candle, right? That hiccup candle, that could be a great dip buy area on SDIG. And that hiccup candle is right at $2.90. I'll take a 290 dip buy on SDIG. 290 dip buy on SDIG. If we can get that dump right here, just dump right into that hiccup candle at 290, I would take that for a dip buy opportunity. I would risk maybe about 5 cents because I'd be expecting, give or take, about 10 cents of reward here off the dip buy. So like 289-ish entry, stop at like 285. It'd have to come down to the penny and bounce. At 2 to 3 cents below, it's not really a dip buy. You got that pre-market high of 288, but you got a lot of 285. Yeah, it could definitely come down. A dip buy at 285 would be very nice as well. But I like that intraday hiccup candle being a nice little dip buy area here. So what I'll do is probably 289 entry, and then if I see 285, another entry. Give me a nice cost basis right around like 286, 287, and I would risk probably 5-ish cents, give or take. Off the dip buy opportunity here with SDIG. I don't want to see it just dump quick and hard, just dump very fast, and then get a nice little bounce on up. So still just sitting back waiting here. I'd like to see this candle, this one here, just dump right down to that 289 level. Probably get a nice little 5 to 10 cent bounce. I'm on SDIG. Halt level on this stock is like 244 to the downside. So if this candle right here just cracks 3 and drops about 12 cents to the downside, 288, 289, I think that's a killer dip buy opportunity. $2.88. So 2,500 limit, 288. SDIG. Let's go ahead and put that order in there. So right now, I do have a buy order, 2,500 shares, nothing crazy. SDIG at 288. So if we do just crack on down here, 288, looking to get a nice fill, all set. I mean, literally, we have to just drop that 12 cents. Nice little 12-cent drop. Right down to that hiccup candle, 288, 289. $298, $297, $296. It's got to be fast. It's got to be quick. Got to be very quick, very fast, very hard. It's not quick and fast enough for me. I wish I had a close all order button. Wish I had a close all order button. That'd be fantastic. I'm gonna have to see how you do a close all order on DOS. $294, $295. It's not quick enough, guys. It's prematurely bouncing down here. I'm canceling that order because it needs to literally crack within seconds. You know, the dip buy, it literally has to drop and then dump. Just has to crack fast, hard, and heavy. I don't trust it. I don't like it. It's not really as volatile as I need to see it into that level for the dip. And it's already kind of bouncing here a little bit. It's already starting to bounce at 293, right? I wanted to see that lower shadow here, like that lower shadow right here. I wanted to see that occur right at my 288 level, right down here at that lower shadow. That's what I wanted to see. Come on down, bounce, turn green, start to see a nice little bounce play, nice little dip buy. But it just a little bit too early there. So I canceled the order. We are all set, guys. SDIG. That's what I wanted, was the dip buy, but I wanted it at 288. So it's okay. You can't catch them all, but it'll set back up. DRCT did break that downtrend, guys. A little higher than the 273 as well. So again, you know me, I want to catch my trades very, very close to the penny. As a day trader, I want to get in right where I think it's going to stop and get out quick, expecting that move to take place instantaneously. The reason I didn't pull the trigger on SDIG is because I'm very particular on my entries and the way I trade. So right here, I was looking for that drop down to 288. We came down to 293, but you guys see this bounce? You see that dip? It dipped on down into a support level, and then it followed through on a what we call a dip buy opportunity. You see how it bounced on up about 15 cents there? That is exactly what I was looking for, but I was expecting that to occur at $2.88. It occurred at $2.93. So it's about 5 cents off from my perfect entry. But let's think about this. When I start getting back to 10,000 share position size, 5 cents is $500. It makes a big difference on my entry. Wouldn't you guys agree? 5 cents on a 10,000 share position is $500. Now that makes a big difference. I'm going to be very picky on my entries, very particular on my trades in my entries. Because if I get in 5 cents too early, I'm taking an extra 5 cents of risk on top of the 5 cents I'm already risking. Now I'm losing extra money that I'm not really trying to lose. Great job on Netflix, guys. Right? You had a break of the downtrend, stops below 2, a target at the open. So congrats if you guys took Netflix on the break of the downtrend. You had a open target of 208.22. You literally hit it to the penny. If you did not get out of that Netflix position, I want to ask why. Who took Netflix at the break of the downtrend based on that plan? Risking $3 to make $5. Who took that trade? Anybody? And if you did, are you still holding it? And if so, I'm going to yell at you. I'm not going to yell at you. I'm going to give you some tough love. That's what I'm going to do. Not a fan of DRCT's price action. APLD looks like it wants to start its next leg up here on APLD, guys. So APLD right now, if this can stay above 250 here, it's holding these higher lows. We could start to really rip on up here on APLD, guys. As long as we hold above 250, we have great potential on APLD. I'm long APLD for the break here off the higher low. I'm long on APLD for the break off this higher low, guys. What's my cost basis? 253? Needs to start breaking out right here, right now. Below 250, you got to walk away, but I'm looking for the 264 break in the rip and run. APLD, guys, long. Looking for the high a day. Taking half a high a day. 1250 left. Getting dropped on off very quickly. Took half at high of day, but I got a terrible fill there. Don't like the price action. I'm out. It should have broke there. Personally, it should have just broke right then and there, but it got rejected quickly. I'm out. When I see that higher low curl, I expect it to do this. Right here. You see that big green candle? When we see that higher low U-shape and that higher low curl, I expect a big green candle like this. What do we see here? Higher low U-shaped curl and an immediate slam down. Did you guys see that? It tapped 263 and immediately dropped on off 10 cents like that. That means a large sell order just went through. That means there's selling pressure up there, a good amount of selling pressure. That's a pretty big rejection. That's price action in penny stocks I don't like. So when I see that, I get out. If it's $60 of profit, so be it. It's $60 of profit. But I'm not going to hold that for a big dump. How many times have you guys seen that price action and then it just goes red and it dumps? And that's what we call a rug pull. I mean, I've seen it thousands of times, right? You're expecting this to take place. Nice, strong green candle, get the break, get the rip and run. But then moments later, nasty rug pull, thing goes red. You take a big, big loss and you're like, Jesus, that's price action. I don't see the type of price action that I was confident with. That's why I walked away, not willing to chance it. Guys, it's a penny stock, right? They move quick. You get in, you get out. You get in, you get out. That's what I do. If it breaks, so be it. I'll look for the next best trade, but I'm expecting this immediately to curl and push through that level of resistance. So right now, not a bad start to the day. We've been in the market for what, 34 minutes, and I'm up $200. So a couple small winners here. Nothing too crazy. Nothing too crazy. I've missed a couple opportunities, but I'm not upset. APLD, decent little scalp. You know, I'll take it. Was expecting that the break can really start the take on off, which it still could. Still opportunity. Netflix was a killer. Deborah took Netflix at 201, sold it at 207. Deborah, that's what I'm talking about. Good stuff. Good job. Cole locking in some profits. Kamal locking in some profits. Good job, traders. Way to make it happen. I told you. I have a feeling. Ooh. Kyle saying, I've lost on a lot of rug pulls. I mean, raise your hand. I mean, I know we're trading right now, but raise your hand if you've ever lost on a brutal rug pull. I have. Don't rug pulls like intimidate you a little bit? Absolutely, rug pulls intimidate me. So when I get in this type of market, I'm getting out quick. If I'm in, I expect something to happen relatively fast. And if I don't see it, I'm out. If I see selling pressure, I'm out. I don't care what happens next. Am I upset that APLD just ripped? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'm not upset that this stock is ripping right now. I don't give a crap if it's ripping right now. Because, number one, and I'm going to explain this really quickly why I don't care. Number one, I don't care that I got out for a $60 profit when I could have made $500. Why? Market conditions, right? Market conditions today are decent, but over the past couple of weeks, 2-3 weeks, what have they been? Poor. False breakouts, choppy, rug pull. Number one, market conditions, when I see this, I don't trust it. I don't trust it. Right? That's why I don't really care what it's doing right now. Number two, the rug pull. How many times have you gotten into that trade? Right there. It pushes on up, and you're expecting that to break right then and there, right? That's your expectation. You've seen this time and time again. And you get that little upper shadow, next candle opens, and it goes massively red. And you're like, I knew I should have gotten out. How many times have you seen that? You're in right there. You see that upper shadow. You're expecting it to break. It doesn't break. You see a lot of selling pressure, bad price action. You say, let me give it just one more minute. And then you get this nasty red candle and you lose your you-know-what. I've seen this happen so many times. So what am I going to do? I'm going to walk away from the trade just in case that happens. Because guess what I can do? I can always look to re-enter. What can I do with APLD right now? I could look to re-enter on the next best setup. If I would have held that one candle too long and that would have dumped 30 cents on me and maybe halted to the downside, which we've seen several times, especially with penny stocks, I would have lost $750, and now I'm trying to dig myself out of a hole. I don't have a hole to dig myself out of. I just have opportunity and time. That's what I have. I have time to find opportunity. I have time for opportunity to come to me, and I don't have to dig myself out of a hole. I can add to the bottom line. It's only 10:07. I got plenty of time to have the opportunity come to me. Again, at that point in time, not what I'm expecting. So I'm more than happy to walk away. Kamal said, got a rug pull yesterday and lost $4,000. And I've been there. I've done just that. I've been into a trade and I held just a little too long. I got rug pulled on. I lost my you-know-what. And I told myself, oh, I won't do that again. I won't do it again. It's happened too many times. I won't do it again. What do? If I don't like it, I get out. Point blank, period. I get in because I see something. If it doesn't do exactly what I think it's going to do, when I think it's going to do it, I get out, and I don't care what happens next. And I would say that 80% of the time, it's the right decision to get out. 20% of the time, APLD happens, the stock rips. I don't give a shit. Let it rip. It'll set back up. It'll set back up. More profits on the day. DRCT from Johnny Holmes. J. Doss locking in 208. Good job, traders. Job. DRCT, another break of the downtrend coming on up, guys. You have one more break of the downtrend possibly coming on up, and that's going to be a break over $3 as well with DRCT. Stops would be below $275, right? So build, if you're going to traditionally trade this and you're a traditional trader, stops have to go below $275. Break the downtrend, stops are at $275, $320 first target, $335 second target, $365 third and final targets, DRCT. Now, would I trade DRCT? Sure. Why? It's a crypto-related stock. What's APLD? A crypto-related stock. What's APL doing? It's showing strength. It's consistent. What can we see with DRCT? Strength and consistency. They're in the same sector. They're moving for the same reasons. DRCT right now starting to break that downtrend, traders, and $3. 275 stop losses, maybe 273 just to give it a tad bit more. 320 first target, 335 second target, 365 third target, and I'm sorry, your final target, 430. It has room to $4.30 here on DRCT. But here's the thing I want to make clear. APLD is kind of leading right now, right? 80% of the focus is with APLD. You have great focus with DRCT. But what I would expect is if you see APLD dump, I think DRCT may dump. So if you see APLD start to drop on off and you're in DRCT, I would consider getting out because I think APLD is kind of leading these crypto-related stocks right now. Look at that little red candle, APLD. Look at DRCT. It's struggling at the downtrend. APLD starting to come on back down. DRCT struggling at the downtrend, struggling at $3. I do believe if you see one of these two stocks dump, the other one's going to follow. And I think APLD right now is kind of leading in a sense. And that goes for SDIG as well. If you see one of these three crypto-related plays dump on off, right? I would expect to see the other ones possibly drop on off as well. So be smart, team. Be smart. I still like the possibility of a what we call a boom, boom, bang on DRCT. Got a nice little boom, boom, bang coming on up here. DRCT high watch team. APLD supports at 264. I'm liking this curl here on SDIG. This nice little curl on up SDIG right now. Looking like it wants to get that next leg up, but I like DRCT the most. For that possible boom, boom, bang, I'm liking DRCT. So let's see what we got coming on up here, team. DRCT is my #1 watch at this point in time. Looking to see what's happening here. DRCT. Let's see what we have coming on up here, guys. And while we give DRCT a moment, the SPY doing anything? Choppy. The Qs, chopping around that level of support. DRCT coming on up, guys. DRCT coming on up. Looking like we have some decent potential here. Possible boom, boom, bang. Possible break of the downtrend. Stops would be under 275. So like 273, 274. You want to see a nice volume break of the downtrend. A nice volume break of the downtrend and $3. That's what you want to see to really see that next leg on up. APLD has trend line support. So again, here on APLD, you do have this trend line as support. And where does support put you at? Trend line support puts you right at the prior high, guys. So right now, support's right around, I would say 260, let's just call it 265. 265 support as well as the uptrend on APLD. And that 200 SMA is a very strong level of resistance. But if we break the 200 SMA, I see potential to 325. For those of you watching APLD. So right now it's 10:14. We got DRCT possibly coming on up. But we don't really have any kind of price action for me to go off of. It's just a little on the slow-ish side. It's kind of just becoming more stagnant than anything. When you look at the time and sales, it's not really moving. You want to see it like a machine gun, right? When you look at the time and sales, you want to see it like a machine gun. Right? Terrible, terrible sound effect. But right now, it's kind of like a little pistol. It's like pop, 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 pop. You want to see like that machine gun. You want to see it just really, really moving and see that momentum and see those orders just flying in. So right now, DRCT, break of the downtrend coming on up. We call this the boom, boom, bang. But when we look at the 3-minute time frame, guys, it kind of looks a little iffy on the 3-minute time frame. I'm not going to lie. DRCT doesn't look the best on a 3-minute time frame here, right at this point in time. What about a 5-minute time frame? I think it still has maybe one more little leg down, one more little drop in it, and then we get the break, if it's going to break. 1 minute looks like there's potential, but that 3-minute, one of the most powerful time frames the day trade on, the 3-minute kind of shows a little bit of weakness right now at this 290 level. So I got to give it a little bit more time personally as a scalper. As a traditional trader, this could be your scale-in area. This is maybe a 25% entry. Right? You already have a plan. Stops are under 273. You know all of your targets to the upside. You know where you want to go full size. But this could be a dip your toe in the water area. Maybe you're going to dip your toe here in the water. But yeah, I'm looking at that 3-minute. A little bit of weakness here. So who do we got with us right now? Go ahead. Right now at this point in time, hit me with a what is going on, Josh? I'm here. I'm listening. I'm paying attention. I'm ready to make it happen. Right now, DRCT, guys. Let's see if this candle holds that VWAP and we start to go green here. I think we could see a nice little squeeze on through. Right now, I think we see a nice little squeeze on through if this candle starts to go green through that downtrend, stops to be underneath that little higher low right there. So it'd have to be a break of like 294. I'm still not in because I'm not touching it. I don't like the price action, guys. I don't like the price action. I'm not touching it. Hey, everybody's inside the chat. Catherine, what up? Yo, here and hate red. I'm not a fan of red either. That's Mr. What? That's Mr. What's up? Well, it was just kind of quiet there for a little bit. I'm just like, did everybody leave? Did chat like just stop working? What's going on here, guys? Why are you not talking to me right now? I felt lonely. Lonely. I am so lonely. I have nobody for my own. Can anybody hit me with the last part? It's like, huh? I don't even know how it goes. Yeah, you guys are like, dog, stop, dude. Stop. Just stop right now. Stop singing. Trade. Listen, when I sing and the market hears just the voice of an angel, guys, the market rips. When the market hears me sing, the market just rips. So that's why I sing. It likes Britney Spears too. I got some Britney I can sing. You got some Backstreet Boys. The market loves when I drop a good little Backstreet Boy rap. Start talking to DRCT. If I... I'm a fan of Crypto Cole, yeah. Bye. Break the downtrend. I'm not in, and I don't know. I'm not a fan of the price action, guys. I'm going to have to not pull the trigger. All right? In all seriousness, I'm reading a lot into this price action, and the price action is not telling me the story of it wants to move higher. Right now, I'm just 50-50 with it. Like, it looks good for a break of the downtrend, but as I'm watching the time and sales in the level 2 over the past probably 5 to 10 minutes, I don't like the price action. And to me, it seems like it wants to move lower. That's just me. I mean, I could be wrong. It could rip. But why am I not getting involved? Because when I really watch that time in sales and I'm reading the tape, to me, it kind of seems like it wants to move lower. I hope I'm wrong for you guys because I want you guys to crush it, okay? I want you guys to absolutely crush it. But I'm just explaining why I'm not getting in because a lot of people are asked, why are you not getting in? It's not my style. It's not my way of trading. I'm not a traditional trader. I'm a scalper. And so as a scalper, I really watch that time in sales. And I'm not seeing what I want to see. As a traditional trader, get it. But here's the cool thing about trading stocks. This is the amazing thing about scalping and the amazing thing about small cap, low float penny stocks is literally you can blink your eyes like this and it completely changes. Literally every second, something brand new happens in the stock market. Every second, something changes. Right now, I don't see what I want to see to jump into this. But I can blink and be like, yep, I'm in, guys. And you're going to be like, what? You just said you weren't touching it. Now you're in? That's how quick things change. So my finger is on the trigger. I have an order typed up. I have a plan in my head. And if I start to see what I want to see, you best believe Joshy Poo over here is going to try and give this a little bit of a go. So right now, for a split second there, you start to see some big buyers move on in at VWAP at 290. And for a split second there, it looks like it wants to make that move. And now I'm back to the side of, I think it's going to drop. I'm leaning back to the side of, I think it may start dropping here. For a split second, you saw some nice orders, decent price action. Wasn't the best, but decent. Good orders right there at that 290 VWAP level. So I jumped in for a potential little break through the VWAP. But now I'm leaning back towards the side of, I think it may drop. I don't know. I'm going to give it a few seconds here. This is not my style of trading. This is more of that traditional trade that I don't really trade a whole lot of, like really ever. I'm holding this forever, I feel like. I'm in it way too long. And it's just sitting sideways. I don't trade sideways stocks, but give it a couple seconds here just to see if I am wrong. But if I start to realize that I'm right and we get the drop, I cut it. It needs to squeeze and break out here, guys. 292, 290. What's the cost basis? 289. Keeping it tight. It must break here. Below 285, I start walking away. Below $2.85, I get out of this because I do think it just comes down to 273 anyway. So why take it all the way down to 273 when I can get out at like 285? I could salvage maybe 10 to 15 cents. It must break the downtrend and $3 for me to stay in this trade. I'm not liking that price action. I'm going to take half my position off the table because I don't like the price action. I'm just going to be smart here. It's not my style of trade. It's not my way of trading. I don't like the price action here. I'm going to go ahead and take half off, and I'm going to walk away from it. I don't like it. It sucks. Price action sucks. I don't like it. I think it's going to drop still. I'll lose $30 to give it a go, but it's not breaking and squeezing. I don't give it too long. With these low float pennies, I don't give it that extra 5 seconds personally. Should have broke here. That was the opportunity. Not happening. I think it comes down to 273. Hit me, baby, one more time. My loneliness is killing me. And I must confess, I still believe. I lose my mind. Give me a sign. Hit me, baby, one more time. Oscar says, no. No. Hey, guys. PGY is getting the action. What's up with PGY? Johnny Holmes coming in clutch, guys. Let's give Johnny a big old pat on the back for seriously coming in clutch here on PGY. Literally getting some action right now. Why U.S. stocks are in the mix. Hayaga Technologies halted on a circuit breaker. Is this crypto related, guys? Let's do some research here. All right, let's do some research. This is what you can expect by being an alpha member, okay? So why is PGY moving on up right now? PGY. Let's go do a little bit of research. Pagaya Technologies is a financial technology company in the U.S., Israel, and the Cayman Islands. It offers AI-driven credit and analysis technology that assists partners to originate credit and other assets, enables real-time customer credit evaluation, and connects investors, partners, and their customers. High-growth financial technology companies. Application software, information technology. Literally just, guys, when I see stuff like this, what do you think? Like a little pumper dumper? A little pump and dump? But I do like this, the gap up out of the halt, and I like how it came down to the penny, to the halt level, and then it popped on up there. I do like that. That's pretty clean. That's pretty nice, right? Gap up out of the halt, back down to the halt level to the penny, rip on up. You are trying to stay above 5. You got to give it a few moments, in my opinion. Thought my dog was howling. Oh, man. What? Oh. Hit me, baby. So, yeah, Johnny. PGY, it needs to ideally stay above 490 and break back above 5 for you to get some volume. So if you want to take the trade, it's like right now. Like if you want to take this trade, it's literally right off the 490 retest. Stops are at like 475. You're looking for this to squeeze through $5 back to 550. It's a high risk trade, just so you know. It is high risk at this point in time, but it's also high reward. If you're in this, you got to keep those stops tight. I'm not touching it because it's high risk. There's no reason for the stock to be up. Main reason I'm not touching it. I don't want to get in right here and it just dump on back down the 4. It's not my type of trade in this type of markets. I have to sit on my hands. But if you like breaks and retests, you have to be looking to get in right here. This is the lowest entry on the break and retest. You got to put stops maybe under VWAP. Maybe under your VWAP or under 475. Up to you. Build a plan. You guys know how to build plans. Okay, if you don't, you shouldn't be trading if you don't know how to build a trade plan. And if you don't know how to build a trade plan, get into the video lessons library and study how to build trade plans. If you've never traded a break and retest, don't take the break and retest trade. But if this is your trade, build a plan. This would be the area that you ideally want to be getting in. You want to see buyers push this back above 5, back up to 550, and then $6 here on PGY. DRCT, I'm glad I got out. Maybe you guys saw what I saw and you got out. And if you did, good idea, as that should have been the break. That candle here that got rejected should have been the break on DRCT. APLD, bull flag on a 3-minute. Let's go check it out on APLD. Yeah, you got a nice little break and retest, double bottom flag. George, I see that, right? Rip on up, consolidating. APLD on the 3-minute, I can see that. You see a clean double bottom. But the one thing I do want to point out here, just one thing, right, that I want to point out is you did just crack below that trend line. Not saying it's not going to move. I just want to point one thing out that maybe you missed, right? And this is what we're a team for. More eyes on the market, more opportunities. We can navigate a lot better. We just fell below the trend line. But we are holding 265 support, George, which is fantastic. On that 3-minute time frame, you are grinding your 9 EMA, in a flag-like formation, which is bullish. So good eye, George. 3-minute flag off the 9 EMA, double bottom off the prior high. Okay, I can dig it. But I just want to point one thing out. You did just crack below a valid trend line. Why was it validated? It validated here and ripped. It came down here and bounced. We just retested it as resistance. So we can see that traders are respecting this trend line. So if we see it being respected, we have to respect it as well. So just throwing that out there. Build that into your plan, right? Build that factor in. Factor that into your analysis, to your assessment before accepting and taking that trade. So really quick, before everybody starts jumping on off YouTube, right? I'm going to go ahead. I said I would do this around 10:30. We had a lot of individuals on TikTok asking over the last couple of weeks to join the Alpha family. All right. I don't want to sit here and pitch anything. I want to trade, guys. I want to make some money in the market with you guys. And we've been doing just that for the past hour. But I'm going to take about 2 minutes to answer a question if you guys have one. If you're like, yep, joining you today. What's the deal? What's the coupon? Where's the link? If you're on YouTube, just let me know. That's all you have to do. Just let me know. Say, yes, that was me on TikTok this morning, and I'm going to give you the information that you need to go ahead and join the Alpha family, okay? But right now, we're focused on the stock market. We are here to make some profits, guys. That's why we're here right now. We're watching PGY. DRCT fading a little bit. APLD, I'm 50-50 with it. SDIG, guys. SDIG. Is this stock shortable? Nice little trend line here. Got this nice trend line. So as long as you're above the trend line on SDIG, you're considered bullish. You start to crack the trend line, you are considered bearish. All right, so right now at this point in time, as long as you stay above the trend line here, you're all set for a high day break up to 366. You're on SDIG. All right, team. Give me 1 second. I'm going to step away, use the restroom very quickly, come back, see what we have in store. But I would say high watch, all eyes, SDIG, guys. High watch, all eyes, SDIG off the trend line for a break over high a day. If you fall below the trend line, get out. As long as you're above the trend line, you're considered to be bullish. Looking for a high day break up to 350 and then 366. Make it happen. Good decisions. I'll see you guys back here in about 2 minutes. Alright. Ho-ho, we're back. Thanks for the added info on APLD, Josh. Didn't get on that because of the extra eyes. This is the beautiful thing about community, right? For those of you on YouTube right now that are not a part of a community, that say, I don't need to be a part of a community. This right here is a perfect example on why being a part of a community helps the extra eyes on the market, right? My eyes, George's eyes, Stirs, Catherine, everybody inside of chat, those extra eyes on the market, everybody sees something different. And that's why engagement goes a long way, team. So another perfect example for team members right now, why we collaborate. This is why we message each other. This is why we've developed a chat room. Like George, utilizing it to its fullest potential. Hey, APLD, bull flag on the 3-minute. It's a simple 5-second post. I go look at it. Hey, I see something. Stir may say, hey, I see something. Corey says, hey, I see something. More eyes on the market, better trades, better opportunities, right? This is a great example on why I stress the collaboration. And this is another reason why I stress community is key. Being a part of the right community is key to your success as a trader, guys. Because right there, we know we need to wait a little bit longer for a better setup here on APLD. So good job, George, seeing that, taking that into consideration, building that, and assessing that into your plan, and making the best possible decision there on APLD. Right now, we're still holding above 265. I do want to point that out. We are still holding above 265 here on APLD, and as long as 265 holds, there is great potential. Wow, spying the cues, taking on off team. Should we go ahead and shift our attention? Should we go ahead and shift our attention on over? Because I'm not really seeing too much in penny stock land. We got PGY still ripping and running. Got PGY at this point in time still getting some action. It's probably not shortable on PGY. Not saying I want to short it, but just curious. That's not shortable. New high a day, PGY. So again, let's do a quick little scan through the market. DRCT is just dying on off. APLD is staying above support, but what I want to point out is look at SDIG. It's starting to lose the focus in the activity. DRCT, it's starting to lose the focus in the activity. I think it's a matter of time before APLD loses the focus in the activity. I think these crypto plays are starting to become dead. RIOT. Not a lot happening. MARA. Not a lot happening. HUT, Hut Mining. Not a lot happening. Starting to kind of roll on over. Coin. Anything with coin? COIN. Coin's having a pretty decent day. Pretty decent day. But a lot of these, you know, cheaper priced stocks like MARA and RIOT, the leaders of the crypto-related stocks, are starting to roll on over. And you're starting to see the same thing with these smaller cap crypto plays like DRCT losing some focus, APLD losing some focus, SDIG losing focus. Where's focus right now? You got a lot of focus here on PGY, but you have to understand this is a high-risk trade. This is a high-risk stock. But with high risk comes high reward. TBLT. TBLT has resistance here at 396 and then 438. You take a look at TBLT, you did just break a downtrend on TBLT, but let me ask you guys a question. Was that a strong break of the downtrend, or was that a pretty weak break of the downtrend? Was that a strong or a weak break? Pretty weak. There's pretty weak here. But we are starting to pick on up, guys. I would not be jumping in right now, though, personally. I feel like you're a little too late as you are nearing high of day resistance. So what I would say is, you, at the minimum, at the bare minimum, wait for the stock to trade above 380. Once the stock starts trading above 380, that's a sign of strength. That's when you start thinking about the next leg up to 4 and then 438 on TBLT. But I think first things first, remain patient and wait to see if the stock can start trading above 380. That's a sign of strength. That's when I think the best opportunity will start presenting itself. You are finding some fantastic support here on APLD. APLD, guys, as long as you're above, I would just call it VWAP. That's about 13 cents away, team. 13 cents away would be your stop loss. That's not a lot of stop. That's 13 to 15 cent stop. You have 30 cents to the upside, just so you guys know, on APLD. If you are a traditional scale in, scale out trader, and you're just looking to simply start scaling in, building a position above support, you do have 265 support. You could simply put stops below support right under that VWAP. It's about 15 cents of risk. High day resistance is about 30 cents away. It meets your minimum criteria to be a 2-to-1 setup. So you do have potential with APLD at this point in time. RYTM is still absolutely trucking along, guys. If RYTM starts to break over high day of 1326, you do have potential up towards around 1417. And this is a stock that I've tried to short several times. It's always been a terrible idea to short this stock. So I wouldn't short the stock. I would simply look for a possible ascending triangle breakout formation, guys. Right? So a possible ascending triangle on RYTM. It's building higher lows with flat resistance. If you start to break high a day after building these higher lows, that's an ascending triangle breakout formation. And we can see the stock up towards around 1417 here on RYTM. This is another stock that has great potential right now at this point in time. And I kind of like it. I'm not going to lie. And the reason I would go long on it is because I know the last few times I've tried to short this stock, I've been squeezed out because there's a lot of buying potential here. There's a lot of buying pressure here with this stock. And it does have the higher lows, possible ascending triangle. It looks pretty good. It looks decent. Stops would have to go at like 1280. I missed it. I missed it by 10 cents. Let's see if it comes back down to 13. I may take a stab at it. I don't want to buy breakouts, guys, but it's tempting because it looks good, but I don't want to buy breakouts. I don't like buying breakouts. Look at that nasty price action, guys. Look at that nasty price action here. Nasty price action, I'm short. Nasty price action here, I'm short. I'm looking for that crack off that rejection here, guys. I'm looking for the crack off the rejection. RYTM, I'm short. Where's my cost basis at? $12.95. Back above 13, I'm out. Nasty rejection, tons of selling pressure. I went ahead and took a quick short on this, looking for the crack of that trend line because that was a pretty big rejection, guys. And that's crazy that I shorted it after I just said the last few times I've shorted this stock, I've been squeezed out because it's just not worked to the short side. But I saw that price action, I saw that nasty rejection, and I was very impulsive to the short side. I'm not going to lie, that was pretty impulsive there. I saw that price action, that rejection, looking like it was just going to dump. And so I pulled the trigger to the short side, just completely blind to the fact that I just said the short hasn't worked for me over the past couple attempts with RYTM. So watch it be a loss, and I have to accept it, and it's probably going to be a loss. I know better. Very impulsive, pulling the trigger after I just stated the short hasn't worked. Again, just very focused up in that price action. I'm going to have to just walk away from this and do the right thing. Because I know better. I shouldn't have pulled the trigger there. And I deserve the small loss. I deserve it because I shouldn't have done that. But at that moment, it definitely stood out. Definitely stood out like it was going to just dump. And don't get me wrong, it's a good short. That nasty rejection followed by a crack of the trend line. But why am I wrong to be in this trade, right? The setup's there. It's a short setup, okay? It is a short setup for that nasty rejection off high a day. But why was it wrong to pull the trigger there? And it was very impulsive. I'm being completely vulnerable and honest with you. Why was it impulsive? Why is it wrong? Because I've traded this to the short side 3 times this week. And every time I've traded it to the short side on good quality short setups, it's worked against me. This trade has not worked for me to the short side. And I said that beforehand as I couldn't short it because the last 3 attempts haven't worked for me. Why would I try and beat a dead horse expecting different results? That's my mindset. This is the 4th short attempt on this stock. It's like you're beating a dead horse, expecting it to revive. You're doing the same thing over and over and over, expecting different results. It doesn't work. Don't do it. Do something different. So that's why it's wrong to be in this trade, in my opinion. So I'm going to go ahead and pull the trigger to the outside in probably about 5 seconds. If it doesn't drop below 13 on the bid, I'm clicking cover. If I see 1303, 1304 on the ask, I'm walking away. If I don't see the sell, if I don't see the ask below $13 here, I'm getting out. But I want to give it just one opportunity since I'm already in, just one little opportunity here. Not adding to it or anything like that. But if it does start cracking on down, I'm already in it. But if I see the sellers back above 13, I am going to walk away from it. But if I make money here, it's not a skilled trade, just so you guys know. If this is a profitable trade, there's no skill behind this whatsoever. I'm not taking this as a win. I take this as I got lucky. That's what I take it as, is I just got lucky here. And that's me being truthful with myself as a trader. Because if I'm not being truthful with myself, saying, oh yeah, I'm the best trader ever, and you do this over and over and over again, you're killing yourself. So yeah, if I make money here, I know that it was lucky. I know I still need to be truthful with myself and say, that was stupid to pull the trigger there. That was idiotic, Josh. Why'd you do that after you just said not to short the stock? So I do not take this as a win. I take this as an opportunity to not let this happen again. That's the learning lesson. This is an opportunity to not make that type of decision again. I'm away at break even. I'm walking away at break even here. Why did it not fill me again? This is okay. I'm gonna have to figure out what center point's doing, what I'm doing wrong here, because I just literally did a market order to get out, and it still did not fill me completely, which is odd. A market order is a market order. You get filled. So I don't know if I have a setting correct, but I'm going to take that break even. That was an opportunity to get out of that trade, break even, but to walk you guys through what just happened there. Okay. I said I'm not shorting it. I've shorted it 3 times this week. It's not a short. If anything, it's a long. I felt like I missed that long opportunity through the break over high day of 1326. But the second I saw that strong selling volume, I saw that nasty price action, I'm looking at the time and sales, and I see big sell orders. I got very impulsive, and I just clicked short. And then at that moment, at that point in time, I realized that was pretty stupid. That was very impulsive after I just said, I shouldn't be shorting the stock because the short just doesn't work. So, again, it's a learning lesson. To, again, just make sure you're always focused, to make sure that you're always just aware. So I took that as an opportunity to learn. I lost $11. That was the right decision. I don't care what happens next. I don't care if it drops $5 to the downside. That was an opportunity to learn. I made a small mistake, but I learned immediately. That's the beautiful thing, is we're human. We make mistakes. But every mistake is an opportunity to pretty much learn. But how quick are you going to learn your lesson? I learned my lesson literally 5 seconds after I got into that trade. And if it would have made a lot of money, it wasn't a skilled trade. I would have simply got lucky. I did the right thing to walk away knowing I should not be in that trade. So it happens, guys. This is the real part of trading. This is legit. This happens, guys. Have you ever done that? Come on. We all do it. We're human beings. We're humans. We make mistakes, okay? The traders out there that seem perfect, they're not perfect. They don't share their mistakes. Point blank, period. The people out here that you never see this side of their trading, they don't admit it out loud. They don't share that vulnerability. They don't express humility. They don't share this. They keep it internal. Listen, guys, I want you to learn the pros and the cons, the ups and the downs, the good and the bads about trading. This is the reality of trading. This happens to everybody. I've talked to freaking traders that have been in the market for 25 years, veteran traders that make millions of dollars. And they tell me they make these types of decisions sometimes. They make mistakes, but it's how quick you bounce back after making a mistake. And how did you learn from the mistake? Did you learn from that opportunity? Did you take it as an opportunity to learn? So, again, that's why I express these things, guys. Because, I mean, it's real. And you're going to deal with some of these things as a trader, especially as a newer trader. So, that's how you handle it. Just like that, that is a good way to handle that type of trade, for example. But anyway, moving on. We're done with that. And that's how pros overcome these things, just so you guys know. That's what proper professional traders do. They feel like they made a mistake. They got in. The impulsiveness kicked in. Whatever the case is. Something happened. You make the decision. You get out. You learn from it. What did I learn? Just stay more focused. You say you're not going to short the stock. Freaking take your finger off the button. Done. Done. So, looking for one good setup, one good opportunity, one good trade. Where is that next best opportunity at, guys? So, here's one thing I want to point out. And we absolutely hit this on the head yesterday. There's so many reasons you want to short the SPY, right? There's so many reasons you want to short the Qs, right? Yesterday, there were so many valid reasons to short the SPY and to short the Qs. And before I went to lunch, I said don't. And I explained why. We came back, and it was a good idea to not short the Qs. It was a great idea to not short the SPY. When we have days like this, where you see multiple valid reasons to short, but they don't confirm and follow through, you already know it's probably going to be one of those just slow, just boring grinds to the upside, right? We've seen this story hundreds of times. And these are the types of markets that most traders don't really like. That like the ups and the downs, the volatility, long and short. This is something that you're literally buying and scaling in, and you're pretty much just holding this the entire day, because to the long side, you feel like you're chasing it. You feel like you're in way too high, that it has to pull back a little bit more. There's a reason for a short-term reversal. And that's exactly what we discussed yesterday. That this could definitely be one of those days where it's a slow, boring grind to the upside. And right now, it looks very similar to yesterday. There's a lot of reasons that I can see right now that says short the SPY. Short the Qs. Just like yesterday, there were so many reasons that we were seeing to short the SPY, to short the Qs, to short the SPY, to short the Qs. But guess what? It never rolled over. It did exactly what I thought it was going to do. Probably sit sideways until it breaks higher into the day. That's exactly what it did. We talked about this. Go back and watch yesterday's stream. Right at 11 o'clock as we were leaving. Watch for it to chop for a little bit and then slowly grind on up with the SPY and the Qs. And what happened yesterday? As we left for lunch right around 11 o'clock, it chopped sideways and it still ran another 4 points. end of the day. So what do I expect right now at the SPY and the Qs? At this point in time, very similar stuff. Maybe just kind of sit sideways until it gets its next leg up. With that being said, I cannot look to short the SPY or the Qs right now. And things are starting to slow down a little bit, guys. Things are starting to slow on down at this point in time. However, Netflix does appear to be a good short. Netflix does appear to be a good short. If Netflix cracks the trend line after double topping here off of this 210.66 resistance, look for a short back down to 207 on Netflix. TBLT, it needs to be above 380. Remember, over 380 shows strength, guys. If you're getting in right now at 377 and it hits 381 and then dumps, you're going to be really upset with yourself. So why even put yourself in that position to buy a stock at a strong level of resistance? So what can you just do? You can, A, be a little bit more patient. B, wait for the stock to prove itself and break over resistance. And then wait for it to hold above resistance as new support. Then look to get involved. A, option one, you get in at 378. Or you're a little bit more patient and everything that we just said, and now you're in at, say, 381. Is that a make or break? Is that going to break the trade by 3 to 4 cents for you? Is 4 cents really going to make this trade different for you? Probably not. So just be extra patient, in my opinion, and wait for TBLT to show some strength that it's actually going to break above 380 and hold above 380. Because then guess what? You have room to $4. Then guess what? You have room to 438. There's still so much room to the upside, and you're still able to be a little bit more patient and let the stock prove itself. I don't want you guys jumping in right here, and then in 20 minutes, it's down at $3.40. You're going to be kicking yourself in the butt. So right now, it is 11 o'clock, guys. And what do we do every single day at 11 o'clock? We take a quick 5-minute break. You guys get up, stretch your legs, grab a drink of water. Something, right? Something. Disconnects are healthy. Disconnects are good. If you've been in here since 7 o'clock with me, you guys have been in the market for 4 hours. If you guys got in here at 9 o'clock, you've been sitting in front of your charts for 2 hours. Get up for 3 to 5 minutes. Walk around. It'll be good for your back. Get the blood flowing a little bit. Wake up. Go outside. Look at the blue sky. It's positive. It changes your mindset a little bit. Drink some freaking water. Seriously, guys. More than just trading here. It's about the routine. Take a 3-minute little disconnect unless you're in a trade. Come back in 3 minutes. Nothing's going to happen in 3 minutes. If anything, you're going to come back better prepared mentally. Drink some water, step outside. Here when we come back in about 3 to 5 minutes, okay, we're going to dive into our afternoon topic. On Wednesdays, we do an hour-long Power Hour Q&A open floor discussion. So this is for any questions that you guys have inside a chat. And then today over on YouTube, any questions that you guys have on YouTube, we have the next hour to answer your questions, to do lessons, discussions, give you guys examples, again, help you out personally. That's what this is for you guys to get that personal attention and personal help you guys need. Please do not tell me RYTM is a short. Please do not tell me RYTM is a short. Because you know what? If I was still holding that, but I made the right decision, guys. That was the best thing to do at that point in time. It was the best thing to do at that point in time based on the mistake that I made. And the mistake that I made was saying, don't short it. Stay away from the short side. And what did I do? I still got in. It was idiotic of me. It was silly, right? It was very impulsive. But the second I realized, okay, why did I just do that? I made the best decision to walk away. And I don't care what the stock's doing. I made a good decision and I learned from the opportunity. So my trade plan, hold when Josh gets out. Catherine, that's why we love you. I love your trade plan. It's simple, yet effective. I'll see you guys back here in about 3 to 5 minutes. Hello, we're back. All right, team. So it is 11:07. Before we dive into it, we're going to go ahead and scan through the market, make sure we're not missing anything, because again, we're here to do what? We're here to lock in some amazing profits on some amazing opportunities. So PGY, This stock is still grinding along little by little by little. And support right now is going to be up here at 556 support, but it's losing momentum. Tons of divergence on PGY. PGY, I think it's due to pull back. Let's locate PGY and see if there's anything to short here. It's expensive. Checked. Cost me $128 to short. 13 cents a share to short. It's not worth it. PGY. But it does look like it's due for a pullback. It's due for a reversal here on PGY. DRCT. Still fading and falling. SDIG. Sitting sideways. APLD. Slowly curling on up. Little by little. But I'm not a fan of this type of movement. This is the type of movement that we saw yesterday. Was that slow grinding action. Too slow for me. Right? I want to see some volatility like we saw the first 30 minutes on APLD. I want to see that kind of volatility and movement like we saw the first 30 minutes on SDIG and on DRCT. Things are just slowing down a little too much for me at this point in time. So that being said, I don't see any opportunities for myself. So let's go ahead and start with this. Do you guys have any questions about stocks right now? Do you guys have any questions right now about any kind of stocks? Any opportunities that you see that you want to discuss, get you prepared? If not, we'll dive into our open floor session, talk about anything stock related, answer your guys' questions, give you guys live examples, review your trades, anything that's going to help you become a better trader. That's what this is for right now at this point in time. So go ahead and type your questions on up if you have any, and let's go ahead and officially dive into our Q&A session. Will you look at Disney for Catherine's swing trade first? I'm confident in what I told her, but what is your input? Well, I like the fact that Disney had broken above 100. Number one, it's above 100. I like how we opened and held 100 today. So if you were looking at Disney in pre-market, that's what you wanted to see. Was, again, it was gapping up here, pulling back into this $100 level, which also happens to be daily support 1, 2, 3, 4 times, daily resistance twice. And it's $100 psychological support as well. So you're back above 100. Your entries were literally right at 100 for sure, 100%. Right now, it looks fantastic at 11.11. It looks great. Scaling out's never a bad idea. I mean, this is currently up 4% on the day. From $100 to the high, it's up 4%. If you're in options, let's be honest, I'm sure those options are doing relatively well. And depending on how many options you have, it may be a good idea to maybe take some profits and put it in your pocket in this market. Because what if, right? Always think, what if there's a bad headline and futures gap down? That's going to pull Disney along with it. So in the type of market we're in a bear market, we are in a bear market. We are correcting, possible recession. There's still a lot of uncertainty. So it's never a bad idea in these types of market conditions to lock in some kind of profit. Okay, that's just it's an option, right? I'm always going to say that and always stress that, because if I don't say that and I don't stress that, and you wake up tomorrow and Disney's at 95, you're going to look at me and say, Josh, why did you not recommend to lock in some kind of profits? So I'm going to go ahead and recommend that you lock in a little something, but you don't have to. Where do you have room to? Well, you have $100 support. We know that. If you fall back below 100, that's not good. That's a sign of weakness. As far as a swing trade, we want to see today with an increase in volume compared to yesterday. Look at yesterday's volume here on Disney, 13.6 million shares. I'd love to see Disney trade at or slightly above yesterday's volume to show strength to the upside. Okay. If we see that, yeah, I'd be confident in the swing trade, and I see potential to 106.04. 106 looks really good, actually. And then, yeah, 106. Yep. Got that lower shadow here. High a day, low of day. So, I mean, that's a pretty key area, is that 106 area. That's a good profit-taking level. They're on Disney. You got a little teeny gap fill, but it's such a small gap, right? It's such a really small gap. Right around that 107.20, but it's still a gap to be mindful of. But if you're looking at like your key big boy levels, right? Those main levels. Your next main level over 106 would be 111.15, right? Daily bounce area, crack below it. You retested it as resistance, and it was resistance here back in May as well. So right now, support, I see support right around 103, 103.30. I see resistance at 106, and then I see resistance at 111.15. Okay? That's what I see here on Disney. I would really, really prefer, if I were in this, to see this have a increase in volume today. To feel confident to hold this one more day to see if we get that leg up over 106 to 111 here on Disney. Right now, you did close the gap. You filled that gap here on Disney at 103.30. You'd really like to see that hold on up as support now. But I'm going to bring your support level down just a tad bit. Right here to 102.90. Because 102.90 is intraday support. But daily support would be that close before the gap down. Right around 103.30. So give yourself about a 40-cent window of support between 102.90 and 103.30 support on Disney. Resistance, 106. And then I would say up towards around 111.15 there on Disney. And if it ever falls back below 100, that's a strong sign of weakness. And I would be a little hesitant to still hold that if it's a trade and not an investment. But if you're investing in Disney at $100, I think that's a good investment area. Why? Well, Disney is at $100 right now. Prior to the pandemic, Disney was at $140. So prior to the pandemic, Disney was just naturally trading at $130 to $140. That was its true value then, before that volatility kicked in, before we had the COVID lockdowns and all that. But one thing you got to be mindful of Disney, though, is not just, yeah, they're a streaming service, there's demand, the theme parks, but isn't China locking back down for COVID, if I'm not mistaken? Do some research. But if I'm not mistaken, I saw a report a couple of days ago saying that China was locking back down, and that may impact Disney in the theme park over in China. And that could hurt Disney short term if they do implement more COVID lockdowns. So think about it from a macro perspective, right? Macro perspective. Think about what's going on in the economy in the world with China and those possible COVID lockdowns. But then from a micro perspective, looking at this, this daily chart, it looks decent. It looks pretty good from a micro perspective. Macro, definitely consider what the implications and impact could be if China does really start implementing these lockdowns again. So, I mean, that would be my 2 cents from a technical perspective and then an economic perspective as well. But it looks good. I'm in at 92 cost basis. Oh, my goodness. Well, Catherine, is this an investment or is this a trade? Absolutely. I'm not sure the advice or the recommendation you gave, but hey, I like it. So let's go ahead and go through these. So we'll look at Disney. There's Disney. I have used the downtrend break strategy that you taught all of us several times and understand it. My question is there anything to how long it takes to break the downtrend? In other words, if a stock touches the downtrend 4 times quickly, is that better than a downtrend that takes a long time to develop? Not really, Placid. Obviously, the quicker the better as a scalper, right? If I see something like this, right? Because if we're looking for those breaks of the downtrends, number one, we want to see the stock is uptrending. It's uptrending, right? And then it starts to possibly start rolling over, right? And we just want to first identify that pretty valid level of support. So if we identify that being a valid level of support, and then we start to see that we're starting to get a little bit of that downtrend possibly. If it happens, say, a lot quicker, and then it starts to break, that's better, right? The quicker, the better. From that uptrend, showing strength, short-term downtrend. I mean, that's probably a really bad example right here, but you get the idea. The quicker, the better for me as a scalper, because we're still playing into that initial momentum, right? You had a lot of strength right here. A lot of strength right through here. A lot of momentum to the upside. And then if it happens relatively quick, you still have potential to have traders in their focus there, right? They haven't gone off elsewhere. It's a quick pullback, a quick short-term downtrend, establishing the downtrend for the boom, boom, bang, and the break of the downtrend. And then you can see that buying pressure and those buyers move back in very quickly versus it taking much longer, right? Because the longer it takes, the more time there is for traders to go somewhere else, right? So if this were to take, a longer duration, you're talking, this could be 2 hours before it sets up versus the first example of maybe say like 30 minutes for an example. So the way I look at it is from a psychological perspective. If I see the stock is meeting the criteria to be a break of the downtrend, the boom, boom, bang, the quicker, the better. Why? I think from a psychological perspective. Me as a trader, I already saw this massive run up and now it's pulling back and I see there's more opportunity right now, right here. Let's go. So if it happens sooner than later, quicker, I still think there's traders there and they're still focused there, and those breaks can be more powerful and continue that uptrend that we just came off of, because that's the whole goal of those breaks of the downtrends. You have an uptrend, short-term downtrend, you break that downtrend level, buyers rush back in for the next leg up over those prior highs, and you continue higher. If it takes, say, 50% longer, from 30 minutes to, say, 2 hours, that's an extra hour that traders like, man, this is boring. Man, this is taking forever. All right, is there better opportunity out there? I mean, that's what we do, right? That's what we do. It's like, all right, here's a great opportunity, and it's taking forever. Then you have other stocks moving, and now we start to shift our focus elsewhere because the opportunity just isn't there right now. The opportunity's over here. And so sometimes you don't really see those big breaks of the downtrends because there's just that much more time for traders to shift their focus elsewhere. So again, I always give more than what you're asking for. So let me sum that up. All right, let me go ahead and sum that up. Is there anything to how long it takes to break the downtrend? In other words, if a stock touches the downtrend 4 times quickly, is that better than a downtrend that takes a long time to develop? The answer simply would be no, because a break of the downtrend is a break of the downtrend. Going from the bearish side to the bullish side. Buyers move in at the breaks of downtrends. Sellers move in at the cracks of uptrends, right? So from a time perspective, not really, because a break is a break. We just need the volume there. But let me go ahead and back that up with what I said. The longer it takes, the less traders that could potentially not be there. And if you don't have that many more traders there, that's going to be less volume for the break, and those breaks may not be as powerful as you want them to be compared to a break of the downtrend that occurs within, say, 10 to 15 minutes after selling off from that prior high in that short-term downtrend. And that's how I think, is from a, what are the rest of the traders in the market doing? Right, from a more of a psychological perspective. But to sum it up, the answer would be no. I think, and this is just a personal preference, I think the quicker the better, because we still have the focus there. We still have traders there ready to attack, and those breaks could be more powerful and work out much quicker. And as traders, day traders, we want to get in and get out, lock in our money, and move on. And that's why a lot of these downtrend breaks haven't been powerful lately, right? We've noticed a lot of these breaks of the downtrends, correct? And a lot of these downtrend breaks, you're right, have taken a lot longer to play on out. And when they break, they haven't really been the strongest breaks, have they? They've been kind of weak. Like, look at DRCT, right? For example, DRCT. This stock started its downtrend pretty much out of the open. So an hour and a half later, it's now breaking the downtrend. No wonder it's a weak break. There are some traders here, but not all of the traders that were here an hour and a half ago. So yes, from a technical perspective, it broke its downtrend, but why was it not that big time rip and run? I believe it's because it took an hour and a half for that break of the downtrend to actually happen. But let's go look at a opportunity in a trade that had a downtrend break that took place in, say, 10 to 20 minutes, right? Maybe SDIG could be an example, right? Is that an example on how we had this nice uptrend? We start downtrending, then we break, and it was a pretty substantial break and rip. You know, that took place over the course of 30 minutes compared to an hour and a half. So you still had some traders here. You had more traders here, SDIG, maybe compared to DRCT because of the duration it took to actually break that downtrend, for example. That's how I think. Damo 51, Damon, looks to be going in an uptrend. Alpha, am I seeing this correctly on Apple? Let's go look at Apple, AAPL. Absolutely. Absolutely. You broke over intraday resistance. Nice rip on up. But here's one thing I notice. I'm starting to notice these lower highs. Okay, so I see a beautiful break. You put in a high, a higher low, higher high, higher low. But now you're starting to put in a lower high and a lower low and a lower high and a lower low. On a 1 minute time frame, it may be hard to see this. I see a head and shoulders formation on Apple. So I see a short-term downtrend. I see a high and a low, a lower high, a lower low, a lower high, a lower low. But here we saw a nice rip on up, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low. But then we had that lower high. So now we're actually in this little bit of a short-term downtrend. And then what I see is this big rip on up, that higher high. Now we're putting these lower highs. To me, this looks like a reversal, maybe coming on up. Left shoulder, head, maybe a right shoulder. Like I said, it may be challenging to see that on a 1 minute time frame. And you put this on a different time frame. Multi-time frame analysis is very important, but I see a very ugly, choppy head and shoulders formation up here that could lead to a slight reversal. But what I want to say is it's not a bigger picture downtrend, right? It's not like the stock's been downtrending all day. The stock was in this nice uptrend. It had tons of volume to the upside, ripping and running, really taking on off. This is just a short-term downtrend. So the overall trend is up, right? The overall bigger picture trend is to the upside. The short-term trend is down. You have a bit of this intraday head and shoulders formation, but there's still that chance that the bigger trend still pushes the stock higher, which is up compared to this short-term, 30-minute downtrend that we currently see. So what would we have to do here? Apply a downtrend and wait for the break of the downtrend. So put a downtrend here on the stock. Identify support on the stock. So there is still potential to resume the bigger picture trend, which is up. So you have support down at 152.65, and you have the short-term downtrend. Right now, intraday, over the last 30 minutes, if you're below this trend line, you're considered bearish. It's in a little bit of a downtrend. But if we can see Apple push back above this downtrend here, we will go from the bearish side to the bullish side. And then the probabilities are in your favor for Apple to resume its bigger picture trend, which is up. Does that make sense? And that's when we use the terms micro and macro. So when we talk about TA, for example, right, we have micro technical analysis, right, looking at these 1 minute, 5 minute time frames, these short-term trends. But then we need to think big picture, right? Macro, bigger. So that's when we start to open this up and say like a 30-minute time frame. What's the overall trend? Well, the overall trend is up. So our macro, bigger picture trend is to the upside. But when we zoom this down, microscopic, micro trend, here over the last 30 minutes, it is in a short-term downtrend. You have to be very aware of both of those, right? The last thing you want to do is see a micro uptrend, okay? But the macro trend is down and you're going heavy on calls, for example, right? You have to look at the bigger picture. What's the bigger picture trend? But you still got to be narrowing that down into your lower time frames to place your entries. You always need to make sure that you're trading with the trend. And right now, what I would say to keep this simple is wait for Apple to break the downtrend. Right? You just put in this double bottom. You're starting to break the downtrend. I see potential now for this to go back up to high a day and then higher as it's still in that bigger picture uptrend over the past, about a month now. All right, so perfect. Good stuff there. Good stuff. Good stuff. Good question, by the way. Fantastic question. Does that make sense? Or I can break it down differently. Sometimes I give too much of an explanation, but I really try to really try to give you a lot more than you ask for, just so things really click and things really make sense. Not a swing trade? No. Oh, it's not a swing trade. Okay. Well, if that's not a swing trade on Disney, I think a lot of sellers would move in below 102.90. But one thing that you need to be mindful of is the SPY is trying to move higher. The Qs are still trying to move higher. So as we're in an uptrend with the Qs, as we're in an uptrend with the SPY for now at this point in time, you are okay on Disney. Disney, I think, would really start to see its own, selling pressure, for example, and sellers move back in below 102.90. But I do believe as long as the Qs continue this uptrend and the SPY continues this uptrend, I do believe Disney has potential to break high a day and potentially get up to that 106 area on Disney, Catherine. Todd, does Amazon have a potential head and shoulders on the 5-minute AMZN? You're kind of starting to see that, right? You're starting to see a little bit of that head and shoulders formation for sure. A little bit of this intraday reversal, possibly. We're kind of seeing the same thing there on Apple, but the bigger picture is still higher. The bigger picture is still up. Take a look at Amazon, right? You have a short-term head and shoulders formation, but the overall trend is still higher over the past few days. So you could see a short-term reversal here. But overall, the overall market is strong right now. So when you really look at like the SPY is still showing strength. Look at the Qs still showing strength. So while the broader market shows strength to the upside, I would not be looking for short opportunities on, say, Amazon. I would only be looking to identify good long opportunities on something like Amazon, just because the NASDAQ is showing strength. The S&P 500 is showing strength. Now, if you start to see weakness on the SPY, you start to see weakness on the Qs, and those are moving lower, and you still see this head and shoulders formation on Amazon, that's when I would be like, all right, time to take that short opportunity because the overall market is showing some weakness. We need some supernovas, yes. We absolutely need some supernovas, guys. I'm just ready. I'm ready for the buy high, sell higher kind of market, right? The buy high, sell higher kind of market. You have CLAY hitting a high of the day momentum scanner. It's just popping on up with very, very light volume. And you know how traders get? They get pretty desperate. It's a low float stock. It's just, again, randomly moving on up at this point in time here on CLAY. It's starting to hit the high of the day momentum scanner. It's hitting a breakout scanner. And we know how traders get in times of desperation. They all start rushing into that play. So I wouldn't be surprised if in the next 5 minutes you see CLAY possibly getting halted to the upside. Because you're going to start to see some attention maybe come on over to the stock because nothing else is moving. Traders may be desperate. They're just going to pile on into the stock because it's pushing on up a little bit here. Like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if you see this stock halted in the next maybe 5 to 10 minutes. I mean, your levels have been pretty much hit to the penny on the SPY, guys. Your levels, you broke over that 392.89 and it went right up to your first target of 394.64. It was actually a little bit higher there. It was actually like 394.90-ish. Your next target is still 397.70. 397.70 is your next target here on the SPY. So this is your opportunity to use me and abuse me, traders, all right? Questions, anything stock related. Review a trade for me, Josh. What do you think I did wrong? What do you think I did right? What do you think about this strategy or that strategy? What's an SMA? What's an EMA? What's your favorite strat? Anything, guys. This is your time to use me and abuse me, to ask questions. This is our Power Hour Q&A session. And so far, fantastic questions, guys. Fantastic, right? Looking at Apple, breaking that down, breaks of the downtrends, looking at Disney. I mean, fantastic questions so far, traders, inside of chat. Over on YouTube, good job. Yeah, some of these pot related stocks, because you got like DC Mayor signing the bill providing workplace protections for marijuana, cannabis stocks. Moving on up. How's Roblox looking today? Not too shabby. Roblox is finally starting to get itself back into the green. Did you just buy Apple when you gave that breakdown? No, I did not. I did not get into Apple at the breakdown. So what you guys are going to realize about me is I don't trade everything that we talk about. I have my playbook and my edge. That's not my playbook, not my edge. And plus, we're in a Power Hour Q&A session. So what's my focus right now? Helping you guys out, answering your questions. Like, what kind of leader would I be? If I'm like, all right, screw you guys, I'm taking this trade on Apple. There are opportunities there for you to make money. I'll find my way to make money. I'll find opportunities in the market. I'll get my profits, okay? But my focus right now is helping you and answering your questions so you can take the right steps in the right direction to become better traders. I'm not here to just have a watch Josh trade show. That's not what this is. This is me actually trying to help you guys out and giving you that personalized attention and education that you need for success. So I did not take that trade on Apple, but that doesn't mean that you can't take that trade if you like it on Apple. But I did not. You did? Congrats. I'm glad that you did, Billy. Congrats. It was very, very nice on Apple. You got a quick little, not a lot. You didn't get tons out of it, but a little something, something. What do you think of ENDP and QNRX? Just had news. ENDP. I don't see news. White House eyes limited abortion health emergency declaration. QNRX. ENDO International Unit secures agreement to commercialize QN Pharmaceuticals rare skin disease products. So you got, yep, I like that. ENDO, so that's ENDP. I see that press release now. ENDP, they secured an agreement to commercialize QNRX rare skin disease product in Canada. So as a day trader, I'm not really the type of person to give you any kind of recommendation or 2 cents on this. That's not my field of expertise. Let's talk about day trading, the psychology and the mindset, technical analysis. We'll talk about long-term investments on quality companies, keeping it super simple. But I don't know. What do I think about ENDP and QNRX? I don't really know how that type of press release would really impact one of these 2 companies. Personally, I would have to do a lot more research to feel more confident with giving you an answer on that question. Was there any news on CLAY? I do not recall seeing any news on CLAY. This is just a random stock, randomly moving on up. No news on CLAY. Fred, how do you explain the long tails on candles on the hour during pre-market? And do people get filled on these tails? It depends, Fred. Is it a legitimate candle, a legitimate high, and a legitimate low? Or was it a misprint? So a misprint is a non-legitimate order hitting the time and sales. And it will cause a misprint. It's not a real order. It's a misprint. It was an error with the reporting from the exchange. It's common. It happens. But these upper shadows and lower shadows, these tails and wicks that you see pre-market, post-market, intraday, do people get filled on these tails? Absolutely. That's why the tail was created, because that was the absolute lowest it went. That was the absolute lowest the stock had gone, for example. And so that means there was an order there to stop it from going lower. So that means that, yes, there was an order that went through at that tail low, because that was the lowest it went before going back up. So that means there was an order there to stop the price from moving lower. And I have a great cannabis watch list too, guys. We have a fantastic pot-related watch list. And literally, it's labeled hot. So if you guys are curious on some of the top cannabis related stocks, this is going to be a watch list of the top cannabis related stocks. It'd be SNDL, TLRY, ACB, PLNHF, all in the green today. OGI, Neptune, Exocron, CGC, AERN, FLGC, some of the top crypto related stocks out there. You want to add those to your watch list. Not necessarily, Fred. Not necessarily. Right? So I wouldn't say it's just worth making a really low bid and hope you get filled, because let me ask you guys this. Let me ask you a question, Fred. Let's say you did that. Let's say, hypothetically, right? Again, this is all hypothetical, but let's say in pre-market, the stock, just kind of moving around a little bit. Right? Just kind of moving around. And let's say that's your thesis. That's your plan, is you want to put a bid way down here and just, hope you get filled. So let's say the price is at right here. That's $5. And let's say this is $2.50, right? So let's just say you're going to put a stink bid, and that's what they're called, stink bids, way down there at $2.50, and just hope that you see something like this. You just hope that you see something like this, where the candle comes down, and then it goes back on up, and it leaves one of these massive tails. I guess that's kind of your thesis, right? That's your plan. Stock's moving around. It's at $5, and out of nowhere, it dumps all the way down to $2.50 to the penny. You get your fill, and it shoots right back up. You're hoping it comes down to $2.50 and hoping it moves on up. Now, if that was a consistent approach in the market, I think everybody in the market would be just crushing it, personally. I don't think it's worth it, and here's why. What if that doesn't happen? What if that candle does come through? It comes through. It hits your 250 order, you get filled. But what if it keeps going lower? What if it just doesn't stop? What if it just keeps dropping and dropping? And then what if, now it's down here at 0.50 cents or 5 cents, right? What if? You don't know where it's going to stop. It could stop at 250, you get filled, and it could shoot on back up, and you can make those dollar signs. But what if it hits your order, you get filled, but then it drops down to 150, and then it drops down to $1, then it drops down to 5 cents. You're hoping it stops at 250, and you're hoping it moves back up. One thing that we have to get out of our vocabulary as traders is hope. Hope is not a word that we use as traders. We do not hope that something happens. We trade based on probabilities. The probabilities of one thing happening over another. What are the probabilities that that stock dumps 50% to your order, to the penny, and then shoots right back up? There's no hope, right? I mean, there's no probability. I'm sorry. There's no probability there. You don't really have an edge just looking at it from that angle and that perspective. All you really have there is you hope it happens. And if you're trading based on hope, unfortunately, the consistency behind consistent profits is probably not going to be what you want as a trader. So one thing that we have to do as traders is get that word and remove it from our vocabulary. Hope is not a strategy. Hope is when you go to the casino, you put $1,000 on 22 and hope that it hits 22, so you get your 36-1 payout, right? So I would not say it's worth that. I think that's, you're hoping, and we don't want to hope as traders. MAPS should be added to the cannabis watch list. MAPS. Are you sure it's MAPS? Okay, yep. The company offers Weed Maps marketplace that allows cannabis users to search for and browse cannabis products from retailers and brands. Okay, Maps, nice. Very cool. I have been struggling on the level 2 for months. Can you pull up a stock and go over it again? I have watched the lessons a few times trying to add the bid numbers and the ask numbers. Very confusing to me, and try and add then up to see which way they're going. What do you mean, Steve, that you add them together? You're trying to add the bid numbers and you're trying to add the ask numbers. So you're trying to, like, for example, you're trying to add, 1,700 plus 7, so you're like 2,100 plus 7 is 2,800 plus 5 is, you mean like adding like that? You're going through here at all of the 264s and you're trying to say, like, add them up and figure out what the total bid size is at that level. You don't need to do that. I don't recommend you do that. It takes too much time and you put too much focus on adding up all of those bids. What you need to do is say, top order is the largest order. Top order is the largest, 1,700 shares. It's stacked. I can see that it's stacked 10 rows down, give or take. That's all I need to know. The largest bid, 1,600 shares. The bid's 364, and it's stacked 10 rows down, showing me a lot of demand, 364. That's it. That's what you should be doing. Not adding them all up, saying, okay, there's 60,000 shares. Now, that's not a bad thing to know, but the first thing to know is, what's the largest order? What's the largest? 1,600 shares, and it's stacked 10 rows down. And what you can do is just guess very quickly. Okay, 700 shares on average times 10, 7,000 shares plus that. Okay, we got about 8,000 shares here, give or take. 5,000 to 8,000 shares. That's roughly what we have here on the bid. Very quickly, very fast. It doesn't have to be perfect. How I use the level 2. Okay, how I use the level 2. Price action. Okay, I want to see the strength. Yes, I want to see biggest bid compared to biggest ask at that point in time, right? So right here, when I'm looking at Snowflake, I can see it's equal. At first glance, it's equal. What do I mean? I see a lot of ones on each side. It's equal. So I don't really see buyers in control or sellers in control. It's pretty neutral. It's pretty equal. What I'm looking for is price action. I want to see what the bid does. Does the bid jump up above 156 and then fall back below? Does the bid jump back above 156 and fall below? Does it jump back above 156 and fall below? That tells me that every time someone tries to buy higher and push the stock up, a seller pushes it down. Someone tries to bid higher above 156 to push the stock higher, and then the sellers are pushing it right back below 156. That's price action. That's what I want to see. And then the complete opposite for buying pressure. Okay? Does it fall below 156 and then come right back up? And then fall below 156 and then get popped right back up? Are sellers trying to push this stock lower below 156, but buyers keep bidding higher, overpowering the sellers to keep it above 156? If so, that tells me that there's some good buying pressure. There's good buying price action. But again, I look at it first glance. What's the top order there? How large is it? Okay, I don't personally add them all up personally. So let's find a stock that's actually moving and active. Like this. First glance, I see the sellers are bigger than the buyers. How do I know that? I see the bid, 273, 6,000 shares. The ask, 18,000 shares. So I can visually see at first glance, there's more sellers than buyers. At first glance, there's more sellers than buyers there on APLD, right? You saw 18,000 share seller, and you saw a 6,000 share bid. So at that point in time, at first glance, right, the seller was outweighing the bid. Now, that's not going to dictate a trade. I'm not going to base a trade on that. But it's good to know that, hey, right around this 275, it seems like there's some selling. Okay, now I'm looking at it. Good price action, right? We're just watching the level 2. Just kind of looking to see what it does. And I'm going to walk you through what I see. Like, as I'm looking at this trade. So I see it's kind of stagnant right here between 276 and 277. It's not really budging here. And we know 275 is a, psychological number. The psychological support, 275. So I'm just looking to see what the price action looks like, maybe around 275. If I was looking at a trade-off, say 275. So we got the buyers back above 275 to 276. All right, let's see what happens. I can see there at 275, you got quite a bit of buyers. Look, 9,000 shares, 1,000 shares. You got about 10,000 shares looking to be bought at 275. You got about 10,000 shares looking to be bought at 275. So there's 275. Are those buyers strong enough to hold it up? Just watching, just looking to see. 9,000, 4,000. Nope, it's going to crack. Watch the crack. He got taken out pretty heavy. Right, he got taken out 9,000 to 4,000. Well, now it's holding strong. Now he's getting taken out again. He's getting taken out even more. But now it's kind of stagnant, trying to hold strong. Are these buyers here at 275 stronger than the sellers? Right now, he's still getting taken out, that order. You see how it's stuck at 275 and his order was getting stripped away? Right? That's showing you not a lot of strength from the buyers right there. The buyers are trying, but it got stuck at 275 and it fell back below 275. Now I see the sellers kind of stacking over here. Look, the sellers were stacked at 275. Now it's 275 is resistance. Right now we're below 275. Let's see if 275 continues to hold this down as resistance maybe. Now you got some buyers trying to move in at 273, but I don't see good buying price action. I see better selling price action. What do I mean? We just kept crushing through those bids. We'd pop on down to a lower bid, back on up, back through the bid. Back on up, back through the bid. Back on up, back. So we can see that, we can see that. I don't know how to explain it. It's hard, but we can see that attempt and then seller slam it. And we see that attempt from buyers and then seller slam it. It's kind of like an air pump, maybe. Now, that's a terrible analogy. Bad analogy, but I'm trying to explain this so it makes sense. But we see the light push on up and the slam down. We see that light push on up and the slam down. And we can see that that pressure, that selling pressure, just seems to be more than the buying pressure. We see that light push and seller slam it back down. And we've seen that light attempt from buyers and then seller slamming it back down. You see how the bids are trying to push it back up, trying to push it, and then boom, sellers come through and push it back down. And we can see now that the sellers are controlling 275. We can see that the sellers in those sell orders at 275, they're controlling that resistance level at 275. We can see the buyers are trying to push this on up, but the sellers just say, not today. The buyers are trying to push it on up, and the sellers say, not today. Did you see that selling pressure? You see the buyers trying, but the selling pressure is much harder. We see that pressure from the sellers, right? We see that pressure. No wonder it just dropped 10 cents. That's price action. That's what I'm looking for when I look at the level 2, is I'm just trying to get an idea of buying pressure compared to selling pressure at certain levels, right? 275, we use that as an example. And the reason why we used, say, 275 as an example, because it is a psychological level of support resistance, which was a good example. But we saw the buyers trying 275, 276, 277, and then boom, we saw an immediate push down from the sellers, right? Like instantaneously, right back down. And then we saw those buyers trying 1 penny at a time, right? The buyers are stair-stepping their way up 1 penny at a time. And then the sellers pushed them right back down the stairs. And they're trying again, right? Buyers are trying again. Think of it like a slide, right? Think of it like when you were a kid trying to climb up the slide to the top. You're climbing up little by little. You're kind of slipping a little bit, right? But you're climbing and out of nowhere you slip and you fall back down the slide all the way to the bottom. Kind of the same, I guess, terrible analogy, but to kind of paint the picture in your head, we see those buyers trying to climb up little by little, penny by penny, slow and steady, right? They're trying to get to the top. They're trying to make it back up. But out of nowhere, those buyers slip. Sellers come in and say, not today. Push them back down the slide. They push them right back down. That pressure was stronger from the sellers compared to the buyers. And we saw that right around that 275 level. No wonder it dropped down about 10 cents. That's price action. We see that there's more selling price action than buying price action. More selling pressure than buying pressure. We don't need to know exactly what the size is all the time. We don't need to know exactly what the bid size is all the time. It's important to know those things. The big orders, like the big boys, like the 50K orders, the 100K orders, right? That's important to know. Dang, guys, you got a 200K order over here. That's going to be support. That's important. But these little minuscule 1,500 shares, 2,000 shares, 3,000 shares, we don't really need to know exactly what that amount is. What we need to be looking at was basically what I tried to explain there, right? Was that pressure. but the buyers are below the sellers and the price is dropping because they're bidding less, right? So right now the buyers are below the sellers. You're correct. The buyers are at 270. The sellers are at 271. So the buyers are below the sellers. The reason the price is dropping is because there is more selling going through than buying. So there's more sell orders than buy orders. So the selling orders are outweighing the buying orders, which is causing the price to drop. So the buyers will always be below the sellers. Always. The bid will always be below the ask. Okay, but what are we not accounting for here? Right? What are we looking at with the level 2? We're looking at limit orders, guys. These are limit orders, right? Someone's limit ordering in at 271. Someone's limit ordering out at 272. What are we not accounting for here? Market orders. So if I were to sell via market right now, I'm not getting filled at the ask. I'm getting filled at the bid. And if I market order in right now, I'm not getting filled at the bid. I'm getting filled at the ask. So we have to account for market orders. And that's when we look at the time and sales in conjunction with the level 2. So the buyers will always be below the sellers. And the price can still drop for one of two reasons. Either A, reason 1, is there's more selling taking place via market order, right? So it's just taking the bids out, causing the bids to drop to the next lowest bid. That's number 1. Or number 2, the bid is going down. People are bidding 268. They say, screw this. I want to be in at 267. Screw that. I want to be in at 266. Screw that. I want to be in at 265. So there's one of two reasons why the price would drop. Either A, right? There's more selling pressure. That could be via market orders, right? That are taking the bids out, causing them to drop lower. Or the buyers are naturally reducing their bid, right? The price they want to get in at. They say, cancel 268. Now I want to buy at 267. Cancel 267. I want to be in at 266. Let's cancel that 266 buy order. I want to be in at 265. So that's going to cause the bid to drop. And it works the complete opposite when we're talking about buying pressure, right? When the bids are strong and they bid higher, right? They go from 266 to say 267. The sellers are like, hey, there's some demand here, right? Buyers are willing to pay more. The buyers are willing to pay more money. So I'm going to ask for more money, right? Hey, buyers are already showing that they want to pay 270 for this. I want them to pay 275 for my order. So they stop putting their sell orders in at 268 and they start putting their sell orders in at 275 because they think someone's going to come in and buy it at 275 compared to 268, for example. So buyers are always below the sellers, and that's why the price can still drop. Market orders, and then the buyers just naturally reducing the price that they want to buy at. That would cause the bid to drop. That would cause the stock to drop. Completely flip all of that around, and now you look at buying pressure, right? People are coming in buying via market order. They're getting filled at the ask, which is causing it to go to the next ask, and the next ask, and the next ask towards the upside. And then you have the buyers naturally willing to pay more because there's demand, right? You know what? People are buying at 267. I want to get in right now. I'm going to pay 270. Boom. I put a bid at 270. Now the bid's at 270. Now Steve's like, oh, I want to get in this stock. Someone's paying 270. I'll pay 271. So now Steve, he throws a limit order out there at 271. And then Catherine goes, Steve, I'm outbidding you, buddy. 272. And then Kamal goes, screw you guys, 275. Think of it like the housing market. You put your house on the market for 266. But you got Joe below that says, you know what, I'll pay 267. You got Catherine, I'll pay 268. You got Kamal, I'll pay 270. Kamal's the winner. He gets filled. He gets the deal. So supply demand, a little bit of a background on, market orders, not seeing those on the level 2. But what we're really looking for on the level 2, guys, what we're really looking for. When I look at the time and sales, what am I looking for? Movement. I want to see that time and sales move. That shows me that there's activity in the stock. All right, that's number 1. I want to see the dang thing moving. If it's not moving like a machine gun, that means there's no momentum. that means there's rarely any price action to gauge. So I want to see the time and sales moving. I want to see orders coming in. And I want to see the size of orders, right? What's the size? 100 shares, 200 shares, or thousands of shares? Again, that's going to help me get a sense of price action and strength. And then when I look at that level 2, what I'm looking for is, again, price action. How is the bid moving in comparison to the ask? How are the buyers reacting in comparison to the sellers? And that example that we just gave you was what I'm looking for based on that type of price action. The buyers are trying. They're trying. And then sellers say, not today. The buyers are trying. Buyers are trying. And the sellers say, not today. And that's that pressure, that selling pressure, that price action that I talk so much about. This is something that takes a long time to master, guys. My goodness, I tell you what, this takes time to master. You got to look at it and you have to see it yourself firsthand before it ever makes sense. Me explaining it is a good foundation. But the only way the level 2 in the time and sales, when we talk about price action, selling pressure, and buying pressure, walls, right? Walls of selling, walls of buying that create support and resistance, is to actually see it firsthand for the first time. That means you need to take probably a week or 2 weeks from not even thinking about trading, watching the top stock of the day, and watching the level 2 in conjunction with the time and sales, in conjunction with the stock's chart, looking at support resistance. But not trading, because if you're trading, you're more fixated on making money, building plans, doing technical analysis, correct? When you're trading, you are distracted from the level 2 in the time and sales. As a newer trader, you're more focused on the candlesticks. You're looking at the volume and the RSI and the trend lines and the MACD crossover to the 2x10. You're looking at that stuff. I want you to just look at only the level 2 in the time and sales. That's it. Take the top stock of the day, mark up basic levels of support and resistance, and then just watch, right? Just watch the level 2 in the time and sales in conjunction with those levels of support and resistance. And you'll start to see a lot of the things that I discuss when I'm in these trades. And then when you see it firsthand, you'll be like, light bulb. I get it now because I've seen it. Now it's starting to click and make sense. So what about a short squeeze stock is at, say, 270? Does it help to put a limit order in for 330? Does that help the short squeeze? Not necessarily, because you're going to have people at 271, 272, 273, 274, 275, 276, 277, right? So you're going to have to take out all of those orders from 270 all the way to 330 before you even see that 60-cent increase to the upside. Now, if there was a bid at 270, no, so you're saying about short squeeze selling. So if you had an ask at 270 and there was a spread from 270 to 330, that's the different story. If there was a sell at 270 and the spread was 60 cents and the next order up was 330 and a big order came through and took out the 270, you would default to the next order, which would cause the stock to go to 330 because of the spread. And if there's a spread of 60 cents, that means there's no liquidity. If there's no liquidity, that means there's not a lot of volume typically. And you do not need to be trading stocks with 60-cent spreads because it can go from 270 to 330 in 2 orders. It can go from 330 to 270 in 2 orders. Lack of liquidity within that particular stock. So not necessarily would that help, because in a liquid stock, in a stock with volume and activity and traders, there are going to be orders between 270 and there's going to be substantial orders between that and the 330 level that you have to take out before you even get to 330 in the first place. And like I said, guys, it's tough. The level 2 in the time and sales is tough to master, guys. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It's one of the hardest things that I've ever done as a trader. Besides risk management and everything like that, it is like one of the toughest things to master. Emotions are tough. Mindset is tough. The discipline and everything like that. That's tough, right? Level 2 in time and sales is tough. And what I would recommend is go to SMB Capital on YouTube. All right, go to SMB Capital on YouTube and watch some of their tape reading videos. Like they're a prop firm in Manhattan. I've talked to some of the guys before, almost worked with them. It's a prop firm in Manhattan, and they do a lot of tape reading. A lot of their traders on the desk, they just read the tape. Not even the level 2. Literally just the time and sales, the tape, the order flow. Watch some of their videos. Maybe they can break it down a little bit better than myself, but that's how I use the level 2 in the time and sales when I'm trading penny stocks. SMB Capital. Yes, SMB Capital. SMB Capital. Just from my seat, an excellent Q&A session today. Learned a lot and feel good about it. Thank you, Josh. Hey, Placid, thank you for the kind words. Thank you for the shout out, buddy. It's not every day that I get a shout out, but I appreciate you guys when I get one. But yeah, that's what I would recommend, Steve, is go watch some of their tape reading, level 2, order book, price, order flow, whatever, videos. And maybe that just kind of helps. Again, 2 people explaining the same thing, sometimes you can pick it apart differently. Or Angela says, just watch your video on level 2. Steve, I guarantee Steve's watched it several times. I think he even said he watched it several times. But yeah, it's just sometimes certain topics, you need someone else to explain it, right? Like with options. If I was going to talk to you guys about selling cash secured puts, iron condors, credit debit spreads, could I explain it to you? Yeah. But why not get the pro, the one that could really explain it? Like, I'm great at a lot. Not to toot my own horn, but I feel like I'm really good at a lot when it comes to the educational side of trading. Level 2 is one of the most challenging things that I deal with. I can talk to you guys about mindset and emotion control and discipline all day, every day, better than anybody out there. There's a lot of people that can explain that level 2 better than me, right? That's one of the hardest things that I have to explain is level 2 in time and sales. But I think that was a great example personally, probably one of the best examples that I think we've ever had on the level 2. But I would still take it to the next level and go check out SMB Capital. I think it will definitely change your perspective there a little bit. All right, before we go, right, because it is 12:11, guys. Jeez, 12:11. It's time for lunch. We usually jump off here around 12 o'clock, come back around 2:30 for some power hour commentary. But with that being said, for those of you on YouTube, this is the final opportunity to take advantage of what we have for today. The offer, the crazy dumb offer that Josh wants to give out, but it's good for you. And if you are on the fence, if you've ever wanted to join the Alpha Day Trading family, not just trade with us for 30 minutes in the morning, not just trade with us, one day of the week, but get access to the platform, get access to trading live with myself and the rest of the team, Monday through Friday, pretty much all day, every day it feels like. Lessons, video lessons library, scanners, the tools, the resources, again, the platform and everything that's to come as well. Today is a fantastic opportunity for you to slash some price, put some money back in your pocket, but still take that leap of faith to still invest in your education, knowing that this is one of the better decisions you could make to invest in your education. And again, start to see the success you want to see, take the right steps in the right direction, and pretty much level up your trading, guys. If you've been in this stream for more than a day, you already know that, hey, I can see how this would level up my trading. And I need this type of personalized attention and this type of education every single day to be the best of the best trader that I can be. Today would be one of the best opportunities for you to save a couple bucks to invest in that education that you need to invest in and take that trading to the next level. So before I leave, if anybody is interested at all, I will share with you the link and I will share with you the coupon because I will stop running this in a couple of hours. The trade that you were looking at earlier, and it did not come down fast enough. That was DRCT. I think it was DRCT off. It wasn't DRCT. APLD? It wasn't APLD. Maybe it was SDIG. Was it SDIG? Yeah, it was SDIG at the 288 level. The trade that you were looking at earlier, and it did not come down fast enough. It was SDIG. You wanted to get in at, I think, 288. I had a limit order at 288. On the level 2, are you looking for other bids at that price? Ideally, yeah. Ideally, yes. I want to see bids at that price. And here's the thing. There's always going to be bids at that price, right? There's always going to be other buyers at that price. But how many buyers and how large is the size? So if that would have come dumping on down to 288, of course, I want to see other limit orders, big limit orders at 288. Why is that? Well, buyers create support. Sellers create resistance. So if I'm looking to get in at a level of support, I need there to be other buyers at that price because buyers will create that level of support. Sellers will create levels of resistance. Support and resistance is not just a magical number that just magically holds on up. The only reason these prices stop at 344 and come down to 260 is because there are strong buyers down here at 260, so it couldn't go below. That created support. Resistance, 344. Why is 344 resistance? It's not just because it's high a day. It's because there were so many sellers up here that stopped the price from going higher than 344. Sellers created that level of resistance. Buyers created that level of support. So yes, when a stock is coming down into my zone and my level, I want there to be buyers, right? Because buyers are what's going to actually hold that stock up and push that stock higher. All right, guys. So enjoy your lunch. If you have any questions over on YouTube, inside of chat, never hesitate. Let me know. We'll be back right around 2:30. Kick off some Power Hour commentary. Right now, there's not too much going on at this point in time. TBLT. Well, TBLT said wait for the break and wait for it to trade above 380. Well, it broke and it traded above 380. Then it followed through and broke $4. And where did it go to? $4.40. Trade's done. That was your trade. It was wait for it to get above 380, show strength. It got above 380. Did it drop back below 380? No. Did it show strength? It did. It consolidated under resistance. That shows strength. And then what did it do? It broke. Where did it break out to? 440. What was our target? 438. So you made 40 cents a share. Your risk would have been less than 20 cents. There was a trade on TBLT. Look at Joey. Joey took it 184. Or 184. Oh, so he's already been in it. Jeez, Joey, you're always buying the bottoms, dude. You're always getting in at the absolute bottoms, man. I love it. So you got that going on. That was your trade, though, so I don't recommend chasing that now at 440, 450. I don't recommend that. And right now, it's a little bit on the slower side. If anything pops on up over lunch, I'll be more than happy to jump back in here, see where the opportunity is, lock in some profits with the team, baby. If not, enjoy your lunch, traders. Good job and good work today, and I'll see you back here right around 2:30. Let's end it the way we always end it. Someone go ahead and hit me with the countdown, baby. Do it. And if you don't do it, I'm going to start singing. If you don't hit me with the countdown, I can see clearly now the rain is gone. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, Steve's like, dude, shut up. In 3, in 2, in 1. Woo! Way to crush it, team. Way to make it happen. Mr. Steve said, not today, Josh. You're not singing. When I come back, Steve, I'll be singing to you. Got the voice of an angel. I love you guys. Good job. Good work. Enjoy your lunch. I'll see you back here at 2:30, guys. Take care, and I'll see you then.
Sometimes there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times are there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves, there's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on, we're moving on. I know
And we're back, Alpha Nation. What's up, ladies and gentlemen, traders, boys and girls? How are y'all doing? Welcome back. It is 2:33 in the market. Hope you guys had a wonderful lunch. You guys got some food. You guys had a nice little disconnect. Maybe you guys were in the market making some trades, making some money. I mean, hey, I see some profits in profits, chat. One tall, cool one. That's what I'm talking about. Way to come in, lock in some profits, managing that risk. Well done. Congratulations there. Look, it's Josh, Mr. Joey. Woo! What's up? Absolutely. More than happy to help loyal followers. A good way to share, express my gratitude and all that good stuff. So, Steve says, I'm going to the pool. Hey, enjoy your time at the pool. I'm here in the market. I see opportunity coming on up. Want to discuss Tesla a little bit here to see what we think can happen. A miss, a beat. What about their forward guidance? Are they going to increase or are they going to pull back on that guidance? What is Tesla thinking over the next 3 months for Q3 earnings? So again, there's a lot going on that we can discuss. There's some movement in the market. And team, I am here ready to attack it. Ready to make it happen, ready to see if there's any opportunity to lock in some profits. So once again, welcome back. Good afternoon. It is 2:34. We have about 1 hour and 26 minutes to go. So let's make this the best hour and 26 minutes of the day. Just go ahead and scan through what we have going on. TBLT was an absolute monster, was an absolute beast. We had some members jumping on in this between that 380 and $4 level, taking it up to the 440s. And this bad boy squeezed all the way to $5.18. Right now, pulling on back. Let's see if it can hold above 440 support and see if there's any opportunity to lock in some profits. TBLT is definitely going to be a stock we're watching here this afternoon. PGY, possibly. Netflix is still working its way on up. Right now, right around 215.49. So maybe we have some opportunity here with Netflix. So that's definitely going to be something that we have on watch here, guys. Snow, not today. DRCT is dead. APLD right now, fading and falling. SDIG starting to curl back up. Maybe there's some opportunity there. And then Tesla, guys. Tesla, there is a trade coming on up. We're inside one big symmetrical triangle formation. So we know exactly what symmetrical triangles are. They are 50-50 setups until they break or crack. Right now, it's purely 50-50. It's a gamble while it's consolidating inside of the symmetrical triangle formation. However, if we start to break the downtrend, those odds start to stack in our favor to the long side. If we start to crack that uptrend, the odds start to stack in our favor to the downside. So we have a really nice symmetrical triangle formation here on Tesla. Maybe there's some opportunity ahead of earnings. So I'm excited to see what we have here on Tesla. Netflix showing some opportunity, team. And then definitely TBLT, possibly, assuming we hold above that 440 support. And then maybe even SDIG. Now, if you see anything else that stands out to you that you think has great opportunity, please let me know. If not, then we'll just go ahead and look at those stocks there. Looking at some prior day movers, looking to see if there's anything else that stands out to us. Because I tell you what, I am eager, I'm excited, and I'm motivated to make it happen, team. If we have some great setups here, I'm ready to make it happen, ready to lock in some more profits today, and officially break the red streak. I know today I'm profitable. I know I was profitable yesterday, but I want to break the red streak, like break it, really break it. Add some profits to the bottom line that we all know we're capable of. So let's make it happen. Let's get dialed in. Let's get focused. Let's get serious here and really put our heads together and make something happen before the end of the day, team. So any tickers that you see that you want me to take a look at, let's look at it. Any opportunities you think exist, let me know, and let's identify those potential opportunities. Let's make it happen. We're a team. We're going to do this together. All right. Do you guys need to use my trading platform? If you're currently using Interactive Brokers, you do not need to use my trading platform. I use Centerpoint Securities for a multitude of reasons. But you do not have to use Centerpoint. You do not have to use Lightspeed. You do not have to use TD Ameritrade. You can use your broker and your platform of choice. Any way to explain how you get your filters on the bottom of the screen? I don't know if you know filters. These are Trade Ideas Pro scanners, proprietary artificial intelligent market scanners and market screeners. I pay about $2,400 a year for these, and I stream these to our members inside of chat. So right now, again, what am I currently watching here in Power Hour? Netflix, definitely something I have on watch. I mean, the opportunities here on Netflix today were absolutely amazing. From the dip buy out of the gate, from the break of the downtrend back up to the open. So many great opportunities here on Netflix. But what do we have? What do we have at this point in time in the market? Well, we saw the Qs drop on off, right? From 304 back down to the mid 300s. The SPY dropped on off from 396 back down into the mid 392s. Why did the SPY drop on off? Why did the Qs drop on off? Why did Tesla follow as well? Why did the market drop on off, guys? Does anybody know why we saw the markets drop? Why did we see some fear in the market? One thing I am seeing is Netflix. Trendline losing some momentum, losing steam. If we ever crack this trend line, I will look to short Netflix. So according to the article, Tesla is going to have good earnings again. Well, let's really dissect that article, guys. Let's dissect that article. So Tesla earnings preview, eyes on run rates, margins, and free cash flow. It's due to report earnings after the closing bell on Wednesday to expectations for revenue of $16.9 billion and EPS of $1.80 for a quarter disrupted by COVID-related slowdowns there in Shanghai. 18 of the last 22 EPS revisions from analysts since the last earnings report have been to the downside. The electric vehicle giant has already reported on Q2 deliveries, so a major focus will be on the expected production run rates out of Berlin and Austin for the rest of the year. Margins are also a big consideration. Prices for Tesla vehicles are up 25 to 30% from 1 year ago, but it's unclear if that is keeping pace with inflation costs, especially after Musk warned Austin and Berlin were money furnaces because the production ramp has been slowed by supply chain issues. So right there, what we can see is a lot of the focus is going to be on the expected production run rate there out of Berlin and Austin. But Musk has said that Austin and Berlin were money furnaces, burning money because the production ramp has slowed down. So that's going to be a key focus here as far as what are their expectations moving forward for deliveries. Yes, the used car market and the new car market is up due to supply chain issues. So again, you've seen this across the board with automakers that vehicle prices are up substantially year over year, but there's much more to that when it comes to Tesla. So guidance from Tesla has been vague for the last year, but Wedbush Securities thinks the automaker is on pace to still increase deliveries by 50% this year, even with China essentially shut down for 2 months. So one of the biggest funds, firms, institutions out there, Wedbush, still thinks the automaker is on pace to increase those deliveries by 50%. And a fun fact, Tesla has beat consensus revenue expectations in 10 straight quarters and topped EPS marks in 5 straight quarters. So there's some key takeaways here, right? There's definitely key takeaways. Is Tesla going to miss? Is Tesla going to beat? But really, at the end of the day, what are investors looking at? What are traders looking for? Forward guidance. Are they going to increase or scaled back that guidance. We saw this with some of the banks last week. I remember talking to you guys about JP Morgan, how Jamie Dimon came out and said, hey, listen, consumers are strong. Consumers are strong right now. We do not see any slowdown. They actually increased their forward guidance. Taiwan Semiconductors actually did the same thing. They said, listen, we don't see any slowdown here. We're actually going to increase our forward guidance. That's what a lot of investors are looking for here, guys. Okay? There's not as much fear in the market. When we saw that the market was pricing in 100 basis points, we saw that priced in. We saw that fear. 100 basis points, oh my gosh. That was right after CPI and PPI last week. And then the Fed comes out and says, well, you know what? I think the market was too quick to react to 100 basis points. We're actually still leaning on the 75 basis point side. So that removed fear from the market. Why would that remove fear? Because a recession is very likely. But the more aggressive the Fed is, the deeper and the longer the recession could be. So the fact that the Fed comes out, he's a key player, he votes, he's on the board, he votes, basically comes out and says, yeah, I think the market was too quick to react to 100 basis points. We're still leaning on the 75 basis point side of things. The market liked that. That removes some fear. You see some of these banks and some of these companies reporting earnings over the past week saying, listen, we don't see any issues right now. We actually still see a good road ahead at this point in time. We're not going to lower our guidance. We're actually going to raise our guidance. And that's why the markets have been moving. Again, the last couple of days I've been shocked. Why is the markets moving higher? Monday, Tuesday. Why are the markets moving the way they are moving? I'm actually kind of shocked here a little bit. I'm like, why are the markets up substantially here this week? Well, again, we just have to do some due diligence and do some research to see what the factual logical reason is. Well, a lot of it has to do with these big corporations and their earnings and their guidance. The fact that one of these Fed guys came out, I can't remember who it was, said, hey, listen, the market was just a little too soon to price in 100 basis points. So that's why we're seeing this little bit of a rebound. But we have Tesla tonight, and Tesla is going to be a key player here. Definitely one of those companies we need to be looking for. Netflix wasn't so much, right? Netflix, not so much. But the ones we need to be looking for, definitely Tesla. Tesla tonight is definitely something we need to be looking for and looking at when it comes to earnings and see exactly, is this trend going to continue? Is Tesla going to come out and possibly beat and raise their guidance? Or are we going to continue to see that coming into next week when we have even more earnings with these companies? So that's something to consider. The reason why the market took a dive here is there was an article published about 15 minutes prior to that drop. And the article here was Google is freezing hirings for the next 2 weeks. What did we see? I think it was it last week or was it Monday? I think it was Monday. What did we see on Monday? Well, Apple actually came out and also said they're going to pause hirings as well. So that's why we saw Monday, we saw Apple take a nice little dive here, which pulled the markets down with it, okay? Here we had Alphabet, Google, right? G-O-O-G, pausing hiring for 2 weeks. Google taking a nice little dive, pulling the markets down with it as well. So there's a lot of things, guys. There's a lot of variables. There's a lot of things to discuss, but our job is to keep it simple. What we need to simply do is just look at these earnings. All of these major companies and corporations and their earnings. What's the guidance? What does the Fed do with the next rate hike? And based on that, this could be our summer bottom. We've been saying this for months. Markets bottoming in the summer, having a nice end of year push. But if we start to see these corporations and companies lowering their guidance, some of these bigger names, okay? We already had some big names, but we have even more coming on up. That's what we need to be looking at. And then what does the Fed actually do? And that's going to give us a great idea. Do we have more room to the upside with the SPY and the Qs? Not saying for the next 6 months. I'm saying maybe for the next couple of weeks, right? So that's what we got going on here. That's why the markets pulled back. It's always good to understand why the markets are moving the way they're moving. It wasn't this double top divergence with the MACD crossover that pulled the markets down 4 points. in an hour. It was simply because Google published an article and a report stating they were pausing hiring for 2 weeks, just like Apple did on Monday. So that's what we got going on there, guys. But it's very important that we still just keep it simple. So right now at this point in time, it's very clear that fear is, leaving the market. There's not a lot of fear in the market right now. There are investors and traders still pretty optimistic right now today at this point in time that we could be bottoming or finally have put in a bottom. That's exactly where we're at right now. Is this the bottom? Are we still in the bottoming process? Or are we going to retest June's low? It's still 50-50. A lot of great analysts think this is the bottom. A lot of great analysts think it's not the bottom. We have another leg down to possibly retest those June lows, if not come down and test the 200-week simple moving average right around 350 on the SPY. So it's still 50-50 as far as the consensus on the street. And right now, it's pretty safe to say, I believe I'm 50-50 as well. And we just have to wait it out. But I do think the more earnings we see, especially for not lowering their guidance, I think through the end of this month, we could still see the SPY and the Qs have some nice action to the upside. I would not be surprised if we see the SPY back up into the 410s, 415s. Wouldn't be surprised if we see the Qs back up around the 315 to 320 level. I would not be surprised whatsoever, but we need to see exactly what we have coming on up with earnings. But with that being said, small caps, day trade opportunities. Right now, traders, I am watching Netflix coming on up for the possible crack of this trend line. We'd also ideally want to see the broader market fall as well. So that's going to be looking at the SPY and looking at the Qs. And if we take a look at the SPY right now, the SPY's right at some intraday resistance. Look at the Qs right now, right at some intraday resistance as Netflix coming down to the trend line. So let's see what we have coming on up. I would definitely look to short Netflix. Crack at the trend line. Maybe back down to 211 and then into this VWAP right around 210. So we're talking maybe 4 points of reward to the downside into our main target and simply putting a stop over the prior high right below 216. 2-to-1 setup. I like it. Let's see what we have. You are watching Peloton for an unwind. Peloton having a pretty decent day, which Peloton's still long-term. They have a lot to fix, a lot to work on. Right now, this is what I want to see on Netflix. And if we see this on Netflix, I will short this. So if we get something like this, where we come down into the trend line and bounce, double bottom off the trend line and bounce. And let's say we see this bounce here. And if we ever start to put in that lower high and it starts to curl back over, that's where I want to be looking to short Netflix. Cracking that trend line, start to sell off here a little bit into the day. And what's really going to help this is going to be the SPY and the Qs also rejecting off resistance and pulling back. So if we see a little bit of a bounce, and then we start to curl back over, roll back over into this trend line, I would be expecting a crack at the trend line for the drop down towards around, call it 212, and then back down towards around 210. SPY kind of pulling back here a little bit. Qs as well. I want to see that bounce on Netflix. Just an attempted bounce off the trend line. That's it. An attempted bounce here off this trend line. Just pop on up. 414.5, 415, and then get the crack. Because that would give me a great cost basis, a great entry. Stops right over this prior high. And then we get the pullback. Then we get the drawdown. And if we get the bounce, and I get the entry, nice tight stops, we come into the trend line and we don't crack, it's still a small, profitable trade. Trading it that way. And that's a trade that I would take. If I see that happen, I will perform that short action. If that doesn't happen, I will simply look for the next best opportunity. But that's what I would have to see to feel extremely confident to pull the trigger here on Netflix. Because I believe if I pull the trigger now, it pops on up to that 215. And I'm like, man, I wish I would have just waited. Wish I would have just waited. So what am I going to do? Wait for that to happen. And if it doesn't happen, guess what? I don't have a trade. But if that does take place, we've got a nice cost basis, nice low risk. Hopefully looking to make something happen. You do have the Qs cracking on back below 302.24 supports. At this point in time, we do have the SPY falling back below the VWAP. Meanwhile, Netflix is attempting to bounce here off the trend line. There's the bounce, getting ready for a possible 215, 216 entry. I'd be okay with grabbing it to the penny, close to this prior high. We make a new high a day, I'd stop out. Especially if we see that top, start to see that rolling on over, that curl. SPY bouncing off the VWAP there. Q's bouncing off 302.24 support. I think we got a little bit more in us here on Netflix. I think we have just a little bit more in us. If we're going to crack the trend line. So just sitting back, waiting here with Netflix. You got the SPY, nice little push on up. Let's see what happens with the SPY. Let's go take a look at the Qs again real quick. Still being patient here, really waiting for that sweet spot, the best opportunity, the best entry. I may have a scale in here. A scale in, but I'm not in yet. I'm still just waiting. If I were to scale in and it were to squeeze up higher, at least I have reduced risk. I'm going to start scaling in here. Cracking below this low here, I add more. Stops over this lower high. Stops would be at 215 stops. Adding below 213. So I'd add below 213. Stops over this lower high at 215. First target here at 211.76. Then we're looking down towards around this 210-ish level. And the reason it was a half position, scaling in with adding to it, could be a little bit of a double bottom here. But I want to get in closer to this lower high for the crack on down. If it is a double bottom, hey, we go ahead and maybe flip long. But I see it's losing some momentum, right? It's losing a little bit of steam. It's kind of just losing that oomph. Losing a little bit of that juice. And we know that when these stocks crack trend lines, they like to drop off quick. Rather have a smaller position sooner than later, because if it cracks, we already know it could drop on off very quickly. And I think this is a great little opportunity to at least dip my toes in the water. Not completely dive in and get beaten up and completely get torn alive by that great white Netflix. But definitely decent enough, good enough to dip that toe in the water. I'm okay with losing a little toe. I'm okay with them nibbling my toe off here. But I'm not okay with having my leg completely amputated. So thanks for walking us through the day. Been watching you since 9. Absolutely. I love doing this. I love helping you guys out. Love breaking things down And hopefully it all makes sense. And there's a lot that we discuss. Things move quick. Things happen just as quick in the market. But I'm glad you enjoyed the stream, and I'm glad that you are learning something today, that you're having some fun. So SPY right now sitting right at resistance. Qs trying to push above resistance. If the Qs start to rip here, Netflix is going back up probably towards the high. Let's see if this is a strong break on the Qs. SPY breaking resistance. That should pull Netflix up with it, you would think. As especially the SPY dropped on off. Qs dropped on off. Netflix dropped on off. Qs are pushing pretty decently here, back above 395. I'm sorry, SPY. Decent push above 395. Qs. Nice push back above 303. And we have yet to see the tight correlation with Netflix, which is why I'm still okay with holding this. Qs having a nice push. SPY having a nice push. But Netflix struggling at 215 at the moment, right? At this point in time now, here, literally in the next 2 seconds, it could squeeze up 3 points. And it could move with the broader market. But over the last couple of minutes, we've seen the SPY have a nice little break above resistance. We've seen the Qs. Nice little break above resistance. Netflix is actually sitting more or less sideways right around this 214.50 to 215 area. So if we start to see a leg down on the Qs in the SPY, I do think that could help Netflix here. So we'll see. Right now, I have a cost basis of 213.88. 50 shares short, so not a huge position. But again, dipping that toe in the water. Why am I still holding Netflix right now at this point in time, even though the Qs are moving higher and the SPY is moving higher? Well, because we're not seeing that tight correlation at this point in time with Netflix and the broader market here, which is why I'm still okay at this point in time to hold just a little bit longer, be a little bit more patient with this to see if we ever do indeed roll on over and crack the trend line. So while that takes place, you have any other small cap doing anything at this point in time? SDIG, do we have anything here? No. DBLT looks to be pretty much done for. PGY is trying to get some volume here, trying to get a little bit of action with PGY, but doesn't look the greatest. Tesla still inside of this symmetrical triangle formation. DRCT's dead. There is no opportunity, no reason, in my opinion, to even be looking at DRCT right now. This stock ran up in pre-market beautifully from 150, hitting highs today of $3.20. Since it hit the high of 320, it's done absolutely nothing besides downtrend the entire day. It is definitely noisy. It is definitely not worth your time. We have the SPY creeping on up here little by little. Decent little push back above. Decent little push here. Qs, same thing. Nice little push on up. That's pulling Netflix along with it. Such a small trade, a small position, okay with holding it just a smidge longer to see if we do indeed possibly stay below that 216. In worst case, staying below that 217 area, high a day, and maybe there's an opportunity to, say, add to it. So any questions, let me know. It is a slower-ish, slower power hour at this point in time. It is 3:09 in the markets. As far as small caps go, not tons of opportunity. If you take a look at PGY, it's actually picking on up here a little bit here, but PGY been the same since this morning. It remains the same. It is a riskier trade, right? PGY is just a tad bit riskier at this point in time. I think I'm going to add to Netflix. I think I'm going to start adding to Netflix here. I've added to Netflix. I would say below 214, I'll add again. Looking for an immediate drop. Buy. A little bit of pullback on the SPY Qs. Teeny little pullback on the Qs. So that'd be the SPY working on a retest. That'd be the Qs working on a retest as well. Right now, you don't really see the SPY or the Qs slowing down. I mean, definitely slow. Not volatile. Pretty slow. But you're not really seeing the slowdown on the SPY, and you're not really seeing the slowdown on the Qs here. Actually starting to move higher on the Qs. Not moving higher, but getting a decent little bounce there. Again, it's pretty slow. I would say if we don't start nearing 214 on Netflix, I'm going to just go ahead and cut it. Because then I do believe it pops over 216 back up to that 217 level. And there'd be no sense in really holding this as the SPY's moving on up, as the Qs are moving on up. So if we don't start to really see that selling pressure move on into that 214 region for the crack, number one, I don't add to it. Number two, I go ahead and walk away from this and see if there's another good opportunity out there. I still think Netflix has potential, but I think it may move just a little bit higher first before seeing that potential crack. But still being patient here. I would say absolutely above 215.50 would be a walk away point for me. So I'd give it maybe another 50 cents of breathing room. Below 214, I double down and I add to my position. Stops would be very, very tight. And we're just kind of stuck on the SPY. We're just kind of sitting right around this 395.40. Kind of stuck right around this 215 on Netflix. Not really coming on down the way that I'd like to see it come on down. So I give it maybe another couple of minutes. Maybe another couple of minutes. That's it. Before I make a decision whether I add to it, get out of it. But right now, we're not really seeing that drawdown that we want to see here. All right, I'm going to double down here. Stops are officially over 215. If it's going to come down and crack, I believe it's going to come down and crack right now. Cost basis 214.41. Back above 215. Put a stop out of it. Walk away. If this is the lower high for the crack, this would be the lower high for the crack. Cost basis 214.41. So we're down about 40 cents a share. I'm not going to give it that much of breathing room. Definitely not going to give it that much breathing room here. Below 214.50, I add again. Looking for that immediate drop below 214 and a nice little dump on off here. Still stops. Talking like 10 to 15 cents from our current price right here. Back at 215. I'll probably just walk away from this. Yep, here comes a... Not yet. It's not above on the bid yet, but I'm getting ready to get out. Get out in hundreds. 100. Not really dropping the way I was expecting it to drop here. Still potential, but since I'm not really digging it, since I'm not really as crazy about the trade anymore, why hold something you're not crazy about? Just get out, walk away. You're wrong, you're wrong. But why chance it if you don't like it? I think I've been patient with it. I'm on 3-minute candles here. I think I've been relatively patient with Netflix, looking for the crack. But it looks like it may have one more little pop to it. One more little leg on up here. It's not worth it to me. And it's very slow. And I don't trade slow stocks. I mean, I don't like trading slower stocks. There's 215, 215.12. All right, here comes the stop out. Go ahead and walk away from it. Unless it gets slammed back below 215, then I feel like there may be hidden selling over 215 where it gets slammed back down if we see that kind of price action, for example. But I'm not seeing the buying volume at this point in time, but it's still not going to hold it. Yeah, I'm going to start getting out of this here on Netflix. The volume just doesn't support it. I'm trying to give it just a little bit longer, see if it comes right back below 215 because the volume just isn't there. Back down at 215.12. If it falls back below 215, I'm going to add. Yeah, I'm going to add to it here. You see the selling pressure. Now we're looking for the crack. We see the selling pressure. I'm looking for the crack on down now. 300 shares short. 214.50 cost basis. Now this is the move. This is what we want to see. We want to see the crack. You want to see the drawdown. You want to see the crack below 214.50. Crack the trend line. Really start dropping on off. Since we left that large upper shadow, getting pulled back below 215, you weren't really seeing the buying volume to support the break back above the 215 resistance that we were really struggling at. So I went ahead and add to it one more time. And if I do see the bids back above 215, I cut it regardless. Just regardless, I cut it. Because then it probably will go 216, 217. This candle here needs to come down below 214.50 for me to feel good about the trade. There's 214.70. So we're seeing the bid come down, 214.66. Okay, it's the right direction. Cost basis 214.54. So we're down maybe 10, 20 cents a share, give or take. Nice selling volume, nice upper shadow, rejection below 215. Now we want to see that just that nice little drop below the trend line. Relatively soon. I don't know if it wants it just yet. Still working with it, though. User still pushing on up here. SPY looks like it's pushing on up as well. I may take half off the table just to reduce risk if it does squeeze over 215. 300 shares short, 150. Do I add to it one more time or just ride what I have? Kind of tempting to add to it one more time, but I'll just ride the 300. 214.50 on the bid now. 214.50 is probably going to bounce. I would think 214.50 would bounce. It's just that mild psychological level. It's not a huge psychological level, but it's still just one of those round numbers that, you know, tend to bounce. There we go. There's a little bit of a crack below 214.50. If we crack the trend line, it should really drop here a little bit, you would think. Especially below 214, you would think you'd get a nice couple point drop to the downside. I'm going to play it tight. If I see that the ask is getting back above and the bid's getting back above, say like 214.75, I'm going to take 300 shares off the table. Or not 300 because I don't have 3. I'll take, 150 off the table. Hold the other 150 to see if there's still a chance, but not hold it too long because, again, I'm a quick trader. I don't like holding stocks this long personally. I'm not a traditional trader. I wish I could be. I wish I could be more of a traditional trader. Scale in, scale out, be patient with the flow, but I like those instantaneous moves. Jump in with decent position, get a quick couple dollar move, lock in a few $100, get out of the market. Go night-night. Go sit by the pool. I don't know. Something. Below 214, I think things can get pretty interesting here. And I wonder how low it could go at the crack if it does crack. There's a little bit of a crack here. Just a little bit. You would have traditional losses to go with it as well. Yeah, everybody has their own style of trading. We have traditional traders and you have scalpers. I'm a scalper, guys. I scalp low float penny stocks. I'll scalp large cap stocks, like Tesla, Netflix that can move 5 points in a second. But I don't like those slow, steady movers that traditional traders like. They like those slow, steady, let it play out over the course of 2 hours type of thing. I don't have the time for that. It's not what works for me and my personality. Because really it comes down to personality. Trading your personality. I'm a go, 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 high energy person. So I like that go, 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 that high energy, that in and out, quick, make my money. If I was more like laid back, chill. Yeah, bro. We're just going with the flow. That's how I was. I would be more of a traditional trader. But I'm not. It's personality at the end of the day. Do I stay or do I go now? Do I stay or do I go now? Do I stay or do I go now? I got a freaking finger cramp, guys. My finger's all cramped from having my finger on the trigger the whole time. Look like a T-Rex over here. With my hand. It's all sweaty. Knees weak, arms are heavy. I think there's vomit on my sweater already. Not my mom's spaghetti. But I'm nervous. If it breaks 215, it's gonna go. I don't know. I can't rap. I don't even want to try. I'll just sing. Got the voice of an angel. Typical hold time is less than 10 minutes. My typical hold time is less than 10 seconds, Placid. My typical hold time is 10 milliseconds. I do think it'll really start to drop under 214. I think if we see that 214 crack, it'll really start to drop. 212 is realistic. 210 is realistic. But if we start to see the bids back above 214.50, I am cutting half the position. And then I'll be out above 214.75 because it's just taken forever. But we got the double top on the Qs. Man. How long have I been in this trade? It's felt like an eternity. I feel like I've traded Netflix all day. Same position, all that. It did crack the trend line too, but it didn't drop on off the way I expected. I'm not really seeing that selling pressure that you would expect for a crack of a trend line. Yeah, we're not asking for a 10-point move. We're asking for a 2-point move. Right? We know it has potential to move 2 points in the matter of 5 minutes. Right? Look at some of those prior candles. We've seen 2-3-point move in less than 5 minutes. We know the potential's there. It just has to actually start its move, and it hasn't really cracked and started that move. So I'm getting ready to walk away here. I just took half. I'm out. I'm just not digging it. It's not for me. I don't know. It's just not for me. I don't like it. I'm not confident with it anymore. I don't care if it drops $1,000 and I could have made $1 million. Just don't like it anymore. So if it sets back up, yes, but I don't know. The Qs don't look weak. That's a key factor. I'm looking at the Qs off to the side. Qs don't look weak. The SPY, it doesn't look all that weak either. So I don't know. I just have a feeling that I need to be out. So I'm going to get out of it. It's okay. What did I lose on it? $50. That was worth it. It was worth the attempt. J-Dub saying, me too. I want that fast-moving, volatile pressure. That's what I want, that fast-moving, that pressure that really just holds the stock down. You get those bounces on up, but you can see that the pressure is real. Right now, we're not seeing that pressure. We're seeing some indecisiveness. We see the buyers fighting the sellers. It's equal. We're not really seeing that move in the time horizon that I was expecting. That's how I trade. I have a time horizon on when I expect a trade to move and to take place based on multiple factors of technical analysis. Not really seeing that right now on Netflix. So since I'm not seeing that, I was a little extra patient, held it a little bit longer than I wanted, not getting the move. Could it crack? Sure it could. Will it crack? Probably. But the SPY doesn't look weak. The Qs don't look weak. And what do we know about the market that we're in? Individual stocks, Tesla, Netflix, Apple, will correlate with the broader market. Does the SPY look weak? Would you want to short the SPY right here? Probably not. Do you want to short the Qs right here? Probably not. So if you don't want to short the SPY and the Qs, do you want to be still holding your short on Netflix? I don't know. Me? Probably not. I would love some better market conditions. I would love better market conditions. That's what I would love. Kyle asking a really good question here. Can you explain why you were adding and taking away from Netflix? It was a part of my plan, Kyle. So the reason I didn't go all in is because there was still the potential it moved against me. But there was the possibility right then and there that it started to drop. So instead of having no skin in the game at all versus being fully submerged, I wanted to dip my toe in the water. The best analogy I can give you is you go out scuba diving, out in the deep ocean. You don't know if there's a pool of great white sharks down there. So what are you going to do? Are you going to dump? Are you going to dive all in? Are you just going to dive in and take your chances and possibly get tore limb from limb? Or are you going to maybe dip a little bit of a toe in the water? Right? You're going to dip a toe in there. Maybe cut your finger and drop some blood and see if any great whites surface. Right? That's my approach is the opportunity's there. I see the trade. And it has potential to start working right now. But I still think it could go just a bit higher. I'm uncertain about it going a bit higher, but there is that probability. I don't want to jump all in just in case it goes a bit higher. I want to leave some capital off to the side to add to it if it does go a bit higher. If I'm still convicted, the trade's going to go in my favor. So instead of diving in 100% and getting destroyed and having no capital to deploy to bring my cost basis up or down, I'm going to put some skin in the game and dip my toe in the water. So I dipped my toe in the water at 50 shares. It came on up to 215. I dipped my toe in the water again. I saw that large upper shadow rejection back below 215. I dipped my toe in the water a little bit more. So what I was able to do is I see it having potential to crack here, but I'm not fully confident it's going to happen here. I still think it can come back up to 215. So I'm going to scale in a little bit here. Comes on up, massive rejection, scale in a little bit here. Increased selling volume, a lot of selling pressure, looking like we're going to crack right away, full position. So I'm just adding, getting a nice cost basis, number one, but also not being 100% invested, just in case I was wrong. There is that 20 to 30% chance that I am wrong on the trade. That is a given. We're never 100% right. So knowing there is that potential of me just flat out being wrong, I don't want to get destroyed. I want to still have my skin in the game and dip a toe in the water. So that's why I was adding to the position, right? When I was actually, adding a little bit. And the reason I was going to get half of my position off the table is basically to reduce risk. So let's say that I still think it's going to crack the trend line, but if it pushes back above 215, I'm taking too much risk. Right? My cost basis, 214.50, 300 shares. If it squeezes on me by $1, I feel like I'm taking too much risk. So what can I do? I can reduce my position to reduce my risk to give it that breathing room, just in case it does go back up to 216. If I'm still convicted and convinced it's going to move in my direction at that point in time, what can I do? I can add my position back. Now, you do pay commissions and fees, and I paid some commissions and fees, but what I'm doing is what I call working my position. Getting in a little bit, right? I'm liking the trade. Oh, kind of not doing what I didn't think it was going to do this. It's not really doing what I expected. Let me go ahead and start reducing my position. Just in case I'm wrong, I reduce what my total loss is going to be. Now, what if I still feel like I'm right? I can always add back to that position. Well, nope, I'm taking some heat. Let me go ahead and get out of that position a little bit. Still have some skin in the game, but reduce my position to reduce my risk. Oh, it's starting to crack. Here we go. And then I start adding again. I call it recycling or just working your position. It's a strategy that I implement, and it seems to work for me at times. On certain types of trades, certain types of strategies, I like to recycle or work my position, and that consists of scaling in, scaling out. Meanwhile, I'm building a really nice cost basis. I'm building a nice position. And if I'm correct on the trade and we see that move in the direction that I'm thinking, boom, we have some phenomenal profits on the table. But if I'm wrong, it just puts me in a position to keep my losses small. Your positions were being filled when you were adding then. Yes, they were. They were adding. Yeah, and I was market ordering. Correct. Yes, I was market ordering in. I could add liquidity and take liquidity and receive rebates from the market makers, but I just prefer a market in, market out. And I mean, it's still losing some steam here. Netflix is still losing some steam. Definitely looking like it still wants to drop on down, but it's not moving as quick as I'd like to see it move. And as quick as I know Netflix can move. We know Netflix can move 2, 3, 4, 5 points in the matter of 5 to 10 minutes. It's not really doing that at this point in time. So, traders. We don't really have that much going on, do we? Not that much going on at this point in time. mean, there's that big, nasty red candle on the SPY. Tesla looks good. I don't want to short Tesla. I look at it and it says go long, but I know do the opposite of what Tesla says. Tesla says go long. You short it. Tesla says short me. You go long on it. That's me anyway. That's how I trade Tesla. PGY still looking strong. It does. It does. Good volume. Nice movement to the upside. Room to $7. If it breaks 7, it could rip and run. Market conditions cause me to hesitate on stocks like PGY. I mean, they had a filing today. There was an article. There was a catalyst here. PGY is a larger float stock. It's 300 million, 400 million in float, but it's a newer IPO, and we know newer IPOs get tons of action when they move. And I was just too busy on Netflix to really see a nice break and retest approach on PGY, right? Couple different reasons. High a day, 616. High a day, 616. Great volume breakout. Nice, healthy pullback for the retest. Just so happened to be the 9 EMA as well. Stops under 6. Killer opportunity. Absolutely A+ trade. PGY. That break and retest, A+, guys. Why was it A+? You broke with strong volume. You pulled back on decreased volume, right? That's a healthy pullback. Into prior resistance, new support. Into the 9 EMA as well. Absolutely killer opportunity, killer trade. If I would have been focused on PGY, that could have definitely been an opportunity to take. Right now, I don't trust it. Possible double top, strong rejection over high a day, increased volume, 1 minute bearish divergence. Right now, I have to stay away from it. But PGY, A+ break and retest opportunity there. Absolutely killer on PGY. Kyle, absolutely. 100%, boss. 100%. I got to try it again, guys. I got to try it again on Netflix. I have to. It looks so good. It looks so good because the SPY's cracking on down. It's right there, topping on off, looking super duper weak. I've got to give it a shot again, guys. I have to. It looks like this is going to be it. Stops are nice and tight, and this is the immediate crack that you'd have to see here. I liked it once. I like it again. I see the SPY looking weak finally. Q's looking weak finally. Really losing that momentum, guys. Really just showing some weakness here on Netflix. I got to give it a go. A little sporadic there. Seeing it, jumping in on it. So I didn't go crazy balls to the wall on position. I didn't take that 300-400 shares. Small little position here, but definitely starting to see that potential crack coming on up. I see the low risk. I see the high reward. Right? I see the risk being very nice and tight here. I see the reward being decent as well. I think it's worth it. You know, it's worth the go. I see the setup. I see the crack. I had the trade before. Definitely good idea to get out, right? Fantastic idea to get out. But I feel like it's giving me another reason to give it one more opportunity. Could be wrong. If I'm wrong, that's my last opportunity. That's the last chance I give Netflix. Last chance I give it. Because that should crack and dump. If it's not going to dump, I don't want to trade it. Right? I thought today was a day to take it off my poopy list. Right? You guys know from back in the day, Netflix is added to my poopy list. Well, Netflix may be continuing to tell me, hey, it's not yet time for you to take me off your poopy list, Josh. Like Tesla, to this day, I'm 50-50 with that. It's a love-hate relationship with Tesla. I love Tesla as a company. I hate trading it. Tesla's been on my poopy list for a very long time. Netflix last year was added to my poopy list. If Netflix does not work out the way I expect, and it just chops, I will put it back on my poopy list. Okay, but I am short on Netflix. Not a crazy balls to the wall position. 150 shares, looking for that crack of the trend line. We have the increased selling. Need to see it fall below 214 for me to feel phenomenal. For me to feel fantastic, need to see it drop below 214. My cost basis is 214.70. If you don't just see it drop, I mean, it should drop here at this point in time based on the technicals. It should work out more or less instantaneously. And if it doesn't, I'm not going to hold through the chop the last 20 minutes of the day. Just not going to. Giving it a go. Tight stops. Right now, it's not really opening up the way I would want to see it open up. When I say open up, I mean it cracks that support level. You see that selling volume and the selling pressure. It doesn't open up and just really start to move in that direction that you were expecting. And it just more or less seems a little indecisive. And again, I'm breaking even on that trade. The reason why, when I see a stock crack a trend line, I expect it to crack the trend line. Let me give you an example of what I mean. Let me give you an example of what I'm looking for. Where's an example of a trend line crack on a stock? When I say I want the stock to crack the trend line and drop, I mean I want the stock to crack the trend line and drop instantaneously. No second guesses. No, maybe later. No, instantaneously. That's what I'm expecting. When a stock cracks the trend line and it goes from the bullish side to the bearish side, I don't expect it to flirt with the trend line. I don't expect it to make love with the trend line. I expect it to say, yeah, I'm below. Here we go. I expect to see an instantaneous drop. I expect to see more sellers than buyers. I expect to see stops getting hit. I expect to see some fear in longs closing their position, in shorts entering their position, an instantaneous reaction at the crack of the trend line. That's how cracks of trend lines should work. And if cracks of trend lines do not work like that, the odds are not with you. I'm sorry, odds are not with you. You start to put the odds at 50-50. It starts to become 50-50. And when you start to think it's 50-50, what does that mean, guys? Probably means you're gambling. So I take a trade. I'm expecting it to crack and work out pretty much instantaneously and just move in the desired direction based on my experience. So when I see Netflix with a very nice little intraday trend line, and I see Netflix, if I can get to it, on this trend line, right? There we go. Trend line comes on down, bounce, bounce, bounce. You see that trend line? Bounce. When I see the stock crack the trend line and it's actually officially below the trend line, I don't expect it to make love with the trend line and sit there and flirt with it. I expect it to drop. Because why? Trading psychology. Longs, right? Bulls, long traders, they buy off the trend line. 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 What do? They put stops below the trend line. So I'm expecting longs that are trading this trend line to the long side to stop out the second it falls below. That's a sell order. Bring the stock down. Shorts come in at cracks of trend lines. I expect to see shorts opening positions. Those are sell orders. Bring it down. It comes down and it doesn't start dropping on off and we don't see that reaction. I'm out. I don't care what happens next. I'm out. And was that a good decision to get out? I think it was. Clearly, it was. And if it would have dropped immediately, we already know it could have came down to 213. That would have been 2 points to the downside. Been a nice $300 5-minute trade. It could have come down to 211. Even better. $600 trade, $500 trade. The reward was there and the risk was light. It didn't crack. It didn't drop. Why hold the trade if you don't like it? Why stay in a trade if you don't like it? Who cares what anybody else says? That's not the right way to trade, sir. Hey, does your way of trading make you money? Yeah, who cares what they say? Who cares if it's traditional, scalping, high-frequency trader? Who cares? Does it work for you? Yes. Do what works for you. That's how I trade. It works for me. So, I don't see what I want to see. I walk away from the trade. Just stick to doing what works for you guys, okay? So that's why I got in, and that's why I got out. Very quick. Most traders would look at this like, yeah, what's this guy doing? Well, what I do has been proven to work for a very long time. I've seen some traders do some crazy stuff before, and I'm like, how do you do that? Have you ever seen Mad Ass? Has anybody ever seen Mad Ass trade? Oh my gosh. Insane. Insane. Most people look at Mad Ass and be like, yo, what are you doing? It works for him. Let him do his thing. PG to the Y. It's a tough one. I didn't get in on it. You know me, Placid. I don't touch these types of stocks in this type of market. It's one of those mental rules, right? When I come in, I mentally give the market a rating. Today, the rating wasn't a 7, 8, or a 9, or a 10. If I would have given the market an 8, 9, or a 10 rating, I would be all over this momentum stock, 100%. I came in and I said it's 50-50. Why? Well, yesterday was like a 3, and the day before was like a 4. So today, I'm like, it's a 5. So what are my strategies that work in this type of market? Not a momentum strategy, not a buy high, sell higher strategy. In this type of markets, I'm really, really conservative on what I trade and how I trade, because the market really isn't on fire. It's really not hot. Now, this is the exception. PGY, absolutely ripping. Looking fantastic. Me, it doesn't really match, right? The type of trading doesn't really match the type of market conditions we're in, and I can't be the guinea pig. So I have to sit here and watch everybody else make money, but that's okay, because that's my way of trading, and I'm okay with doing that. Hey, Steve. Ooh, I'm glad somebody got it. Steve, inside of chat, $558 on PGY. Team, that's what I'm talking about. Mr. Steve coming in, making it happen. Had some bad trades, took a scalp PGY, but Mr. George from the NYC locking in $275 here on PGY. Mr. Steve as well. Yeah, you got George from the NYC. You got Mr. Steve, $500. Well done, guys. Well done. Congratulations. Way to make it happen. I love the hard work. Good job. So I want to throw something out there real quick, just for educational purposes, right? When you see this, when you see this here on TBLT, you think it's really ripping. You think it's really tearing, okay? I don't classify this as, hey, this stock is ripping, this stock is really moving. Because I got to do this and see, yeah, it's been dumping since lunch. So it's a little bit of a bounce. It's not that kind of bounce that really gets me excited, especially for a penny stock. When I think of a stock that's moving on up, that's really taken on off, I think of a stock like PGY that has been in a consistent uptrend throughout the entire day. Now, this stock is really moving on up. TBLT, it was just a little bounce after it fell so hard, right? It fell so hard that it was due for a little bit of a bounce. Nothing to be super crazy or super excited about. But PGY, oh, this stock is moving on up. This stock is really getting some action. This is something to be more excited about. TBLT, it's just a weak, light bounce after a massive dump, after a massive drop. Is this bounce sustainable? Are we going to move higher from this level? Probably not, because it's just a short-term bounce in a downtrend. So you would look to short these weak bounces. PGY is in a very strong uptrend. Is it probably going to continue from this level? Most likely, because it's already done so multiple times throughout the day. So fun fact, a little bit of a educational topic here into the day on how to differentiate strong moves, moves to the upside that are worth your time, and then moves that are weak, that really aren't worth your time. Ones that are probably not sustainable. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if TBLT comes back down to $4. And this would be a great example on how to differentiate a good move from a not so good move. A move that's sustainable, that can continue to move, and a move that's not sustainable, that'll probably come right back down. Where do you put your focus? PGY, not TBLT. That's my recommendation, just from my experience being in penny stocks. Steve saying first trade of the month. PGY locking in $558. Well done, sir. Well done. Oh no. RYTM. Oh no. This is a short squeeze stock for sure. Let's go look at the short interest on RYTM. RYTM has been one of those stocks I can't win on. And I just don't want to trade it. Short, no, it's only 8% short. 3 million shares out of the float short on RYTM. It is getting some action, though, here. End of the day, getting some good volume. This thing has been a steady mover for the past, quite some time. RYTM is one of those stocks that I would buy high and sell higher. RYTM is one of those stocks I would buy high and sell higher. Why? Because it breaks out consistently. It's proven itself so many times. You guys are buying high and selling higher. Why can't I? That's not fair. How come you guys get to buy high and sell higher, but Josh can't? That's not fair. You know what? I would break even on the day just to prove that I don't buy high and sell higher. So what, 600 shares at a 20-cent loss, 120? Yeah, I'm going to prove why I don't buy high and sell higher. I'm only up $100 today. But if it wants to rip $1, okay. But it is RYTM as well. And RYTM has been a stock that I've tried to short hundreds of times, I feel like, and it always squeezes me out. There's just way too much buying pressure on this stock. As to why I told you guys I wouldn't short it earlier. So I'm going to try a long on it. I'm just going to try a long on RYTM. Why does it do that? Why does it not fill my entire position? That is so weird. But anyway, that's fine. Only a 500 share position. Stops under 13. One of those stocks that have just been consistently squeezing, breaking, ripping, running. You think about shorting the stock at resistance for a false breakout, and then it just squeezes you out and squeezes you out and squeezes you out. RYTM would be that stock out of any stock today that I actually think would break out and rip higher. But knowing me, I get out and then it goes to moon. No, I'm joking, guys. I'm joking. Just playing into the fun. What are you doing, Josh? Why are you buying here a high a day? You're being a new trader. Seeing that run on PGY gives me a little wake up that maybe we can see a few more soon. And that's the logical reason behind this. It wasn't like, I'm in. It was literally, you guys heard me talk about this earlier. I would not short this stock for X, Y, and Z reason. For these reasons, I wouldn't short it. I would only want to go long on it because this stock has consistently given me a reason to short it. And then it just continues to pop to the upside and continues to pop to the upside. Just when you think it's dropping and it's done and it's dead, it freaking goes. And I've been burned on so many shorts the last few days with this stock, and it has been a consistent mover to the upside. And then to back it up, you actually have one other stock today breaking high, right, and ripping higher. And this stock does have room to 417. It was a stock that I analyzed this morning. I'm curious to see what happens with RYTM over the next 6 minutes. Let's see if people want to swing trade it. Let's see if it has any juice left in it. If it breaks into a new high, it technically has room to like $14 on RYTM. The first time I've bought a stock at high a day in like, 3 years? Oh my gosh. I can't remember the last time I bought a stock at the high day. It's weird. I haven't done this in a long time. I'm kind of nervous right now. If it doesn't squeeze over high a day, I'm just going to get out of it. I'm break even on it pretty much. Because if it was going to go, it should have gone. Support 13. No, I said I'd put a stop under 13 on it. I'd put a stop under 13 on it. Should I swing trade it? Yeah, I know, right? That's what I was thinking. Ross, just buy high, sell higher. Every time it breaks higher, add. Breaks higher, add. I'm like, what are you doing? No, I can't do it. I can't do it. Like right now, Ross be like, add over 1334, add over 1350, add over 1370. I'm like, bro, what are you doing? Nope. No way, no how, not this kind of market. RYTM, I think, would be the exception, though. Based on the reasons we talked about earlier and based on the reasons we talk now. I think RYTM would be that one stock that I could say, okay, this is the exception, that it has the probabilities of still pushing higher based on what it's done for the past week and a half. Do you think the stock would gap up, guys? Probably not. Why? It hasn't gapped up yet. All right. The last time it gapped up like 10 cents. So would I like swing trade this stock expecting a gap up? Probably not, because it doesn't gap up. It doesn't really do anything in after hours. So this probably wouldn't be a stock that I would actually swing trade, because what are the odds of it gapping up? Not really in your favor of it gapping up. Probably open and then rip. It may open on up and then squeeze. But really, what are the odds of this stock doing too much for a swing trade, right? Big green day, slight gap down. Big green day, gap down. Mid-candle breakout, barely a gap up. Right here, barely a gap up. Mid-candle breakout, gap down, right? It hasn't gapped up at all. So what makes us believe that this is going to be a stronger day that leads to a breakout and a gap up? Probably not going to gap up. Right? Probably not get a gap up. And it's also not breaking into a new high here. So I'm going to just go ahead and close. I'm going to go ahead and just close it. Under like maybe 1320, I just click the sell button. But wants to break into a new high a day and go on some crazy 3-minute squeeze, all right, I'll hold it. See if it gets another crazy run up here before the end of the day. But if it doesn't start breaking the highs here and just squeezing and going bananas, I have 2 minutes to make a decision, or it comes below 1317, 1318, and I cut it. I just walk away. 1325 is my cost basis. I'll risk like 5 cents on it just to see if it wants to pop over 1333 here. Let's see. This would be the make or break for it. I think this would be the make or break. You got a final couple of minutes. Do traders want to pile in for the swing trade? Do traders want to pile in for the swing trade? Or are we just going to see a neutral 2-minute sideways move into the close? If it breaks a new high a day, that may bring in a lot more traders buying the breakout. But it's kind of struggling up there at that 1333. It is flagging in the after hours. So it is flagging into after hours. Oh man, it's kind of tempting. I may hold a little. I may hold it. It's such a small position. I may hold it for like 5 or 10 minutes. It's such a small position. If it breaks right before the close, I may hold it into after hours. But I don't think it's going to do that much because it hasn't done that much. What was the last nice green day? Monday? See, it kind of did a little bit. It wasn't crazy. It kind of grinded. I mean, no volume, no liquidity. But I guess it had moved a little bit a couple of days. Just nothing worth really getting exciting about. But when's the last time we've closed like this at high a day in a flag formation where it just massive move on up? Today's like the first time we've seen like a really nice end of day close on this. Yeah, today is the first day that we've seen like a really strong just power hour close. I mean, this was decent, but it wasn't as nice as today. That was a nice all-day mover that consolidated in the after hours. This consolidated in the after hours. This consolidated in the after hours. Today, we're actually squeezing into the end of the day. In this little flag-like formation. Got 18 seconds. Okay. Yep, that's the sign to go ahead and walk away from it. Below that 1350 end of day, yeah. Because that shows you a little bit of profit taking here into the day. 1350. It's actually holding on up. I'm going to take a little bit into after hours and see. All right. Switching over from market to limit. Limit order in. Cool. Let's see what happens. Let's see if it does anything. Let's see if I'm wrong about the gap up. Let's see if I'm wrong about the after hours movement. Let's see within the first 5 minutes if it does anything. If it doesn't do anything in the first 5 to 10 minutes in after hours, I'm right at break even. Got 500 shares. Just curious to see if it does move a little bit. But if I see the bid dropping down closer to like 13, I have a limit order on the table ready to execute, and I can just go ahead and get out. There's liquidity here. It's a small position. Should be good to just to go ahead and hit the sell button and get out. So is it 512 shares? It is 512 shares. Wow. Such a small position. 1312. Yep. I got a 1312 limit. And let's see if it does do something here in the first 5-10 minutes. Maybe it is a nice little after hours mover. Let's do this though. Let's get those after hour scanners loaded on up traders. So right now we need to get those after hour scanners loaded up, and we have Tesla earnings. Woo-hoo! Tesla earnings. I'm excited. Let's go ahead and load those post-market scanners. And let's see if we have any action with maybe RYTM or Tesla. Let's go throw Tesla off to the side, and let's see what we've got with Tesla earnings, ladies and gentlemen. And here we have our news streamer right here. Tesla. Only searching for Tesla press releases. We'll be the first to see Tesla come through right here on our news streamer. But I need to move this around, guys, just temporarily. I got a lot going on here. Put this back down over here in the corner that it belongs in. Open up the level 2 here. Put the news right here for now for Tesla earnings. And let's sit back and wait. I do have a 512 share position on RYTM. I'm going to manage this the first 5 to 10 minutes in the after hours. Just curious to see if it gets some action here because it had such a strong end of day. Looking to see if there's still some traders here. Up towards around $14, $17, and then maybe $15 on RYTM. If it comes back below, I would say 13, 15. I'll go ahead and click the sell button here. But looking to see if Tesla has good earnings, bad earnings, missing, or beating. And then forward guidance. You got 10,000 shares on the bid there. Just of interest, the Russell 2000 did the best today when compared to the other indexes on a percentage basis. Something to that? Not sure. I'd have to look more into it, Placid. The Russell 2000 did the best when compared to the other indices of on a percentage basis. Something that, again, I have no idea, to be completely honest with you. When I do any kind of like market analysis and market research and stuff like that, I really just, it pertains to the NASDAQ and the SPY. I don't really look at like the Russell, I just look at the NASDAQ and the SPY. So I wish I can give you more on that, Placid, but I'm not the expert there right now. Maybe soon. I'm definitely eager to do more research and educate myself a lot more as to why the Russell would perform better than, say, the SPY or the Qs. So Tesla's popping up a little bit ahead of earnings. We're only looking for Tesla earnings here. Man, I tell you what, this market's been tough. This market has been tough for me. You know, a couple small winner days, but man, I tell you what, it's been a challenge to try and get a nice little home run trade. It's been a challenge for sure. 1325. You know what? Let's throw an order out here. Let's just get out of this. It's not going to do anything. If it was going to do something, you probably would have thought it would have done something by now. I doubt it does anything. It hasn't done anything before. I doubt it does anything now. 1324 at 500 shares on the bid. That's just like music to my ears, right? The market's saying, here, Josh, just go ahead and get away. Get out of this at break even. All right, so go ahead and click on that 1324. I don't know if it'll get filled completely at 1324, but I do see a 500 share bid, 1324, and my cost basis is 1325, rounded up 1326. Now there's a bid at 1327. The stock market universe is saying, Joshy Poo, here's your opportunity. Go ahead and type that limit order in. Oh, now it's 1328. That's even better. Let's go ahead and put one out there at 1327. 512, 1327, limit, sell. Out. What was my fill? 512 shares at 1327. That was a true break-even trade. So if it was going to do something, I would have expected it to do something literally right when the market closed. It's not worth my time. I don't swing trade stocks. But Tesla reporting Q2 earnings. So here we go, guys. Tesla Q2 EPS 227 beats the 191 estimate. Sales 16.9 missed the 17.3 estimate. Tesla reports Q2 2022 total production 258. Here we go. We get more of a report here. The company reported quarterly sales, which missed the analyst consensus estimate, $17 billion by 2.63%. This is a 41.6% increase over sales of $11 billion in the same period of last year. So Tesla, not too shabby, making progress on the industrialization of Cybertruck, which is currently planned for Austin production subsequent to Model Y ramp. They're posting that 227 on revenue. 220, the EPS of 227. Revenue was a slight miss. This is the consensus of 180 a share. What we want to see is guidance. We want to see what guidance is. over a multi-year horizon, we expect to achieve a 50% average annual growth in vehicle deliveries. I like it. Tesla's currently up about 40 points right now. I want to see what their forward guidance is. See if it's posted yet. Quarterly. $16.92 was the estimate. 16.92, yeah. Slight miss there. Here we go. Bitcoin futures move sharply lower. Tesla says at the end of Q2, we have converted approximately 75% of our Bitcoin purchases into fiat currency. Conversions in Q2 added $936 million of cash to the balance sheet. So only adding to the balance sheet, making them stronger to get through tough times if we have a recession. So that's good to hear. I'm still looking to hear and see if we can find this. What is their issued forward guidance? Maybe we'll hear more about this. Let's go ahead and tune in to CNBC.
Let's call it 28, 27.9. So Phil's listening. He's going through this. There is the obvious question of what ability Tesla has to raise prices in the current environment. You've been thinking, Adam Parker, a lot about where the consumer stands. Phil, I was mentioning to you 33% was the gross margin number last quarter. So let's call it 28 this time. Everything plays into Tesla's ability to raise prices in the current environment, where the economy stands, what their raw material costs are, et cetera, et cetera.
And Scott, my producer, Megan Reeder, going through the release right now, says the actual number X zero-emission vehicle credits, which is important here, is 26.2%. So even further compression than what we initially thought here. So you're right, Scott. This is about a company that, as it has these margins, those margins are really, that's the difference maker between Tesla and the rest of the auto industry. And when they were 30 or 31%, that's what a lot of people, especially the bulls, were hanging their hat on. They were saying, look, you're never going to see margins like this out of GM and Ford or Volkswagen. They're down closer to 12 to 15%. But now they have been compressed. They're coming in at 26.2% for the second quarter. And again, we knew they would be compressed, and that's where they're at. Scott?
Phil, it's interesting. I mean, it's sort of the conundrum that, if you will, if you want to use that word, that Musk puts you in. Sometimes as an investor, you want to be optimistic about where this company is heading if you're a bull, but then you go back to a statement which he made just a few months ago where he was, quote, super bad. He had a super bad feeling about the economy. You don't even know whether he's going to be on the call this evening to expand on how he sees the environment today relative to what he was thinking not that long ago.
Yep. Right. And remember what else he said about the 2 gigafactories that they've just started, both in Texas and in Germany. He called them furnaces burning money. And that was one of the first times that you saw Tesla investors say, whoa, hold on a second. What can we expect for the rest of 2022? Now, the expectation, I should point out, is that they are going to be increasing their production in the second half of this year. In fact, the delivery estimate on Wall Street remains at over 1.4 million vehicles. That's quite an increase from where they are in the first half, where they only, I think they delivered 559,000. So they're going to have to deliver close to 900,000 vehicles if they are going to make that estimate for the second half of this year. Scott?
Got you. Phil, I expect that we'll see you again in a short period of time once you get more of those details out of that earnings report. So I'll see you in just a moment. I'll let you run, get back on the phone, do whatever reporting you need to do. Wrap it up for me here. Just the importance of a report like this, the move in the stock, minimal, but at least it's green if you're bullish.
Listen, we'll have to see what the guidance is for a company like this. But I can tell you, we do a lot of work at Trivert on revenue beats and misses and earnings beats and misses. You know what you don't want typically? You don't want beating on revenue and missing on margins. The market usually punishes that.
They missed on revs.
Well, you don't want that. And so this quick reaction you get, who knows if it's like an algorithm on the earnings, and we'll see what happens in the guidance. But normally, for large baskets of stocks, this is the worst combination. Missing on missing down the line. They're missed on margins, right? They missed on gross margins. Usually, you don't like that for hyper-growth stocks. So we'll have to see what happens.
Unless you chalk that up to it's a moment in time miss, given some extraneous factors that have been that all companies have been dealing with, supply chain and everything,
right.
Wages.
But you study like 3 days past earnings reports, and you go through a large basket over time. The worst cocktail is this.
Okay.
So I will see what happens, but I would guess this fades.
Love having you here as always, Adam Parker. Triveria, thank you. I'll see you again soon. LVS, Las Vegas Sands, earnings are out too for a stock contester that was moving up into the number on some Macau headlines earlier in the day. What do you see here?
Well, so we have Sands earnings missing, coming in at a loss of 34 cents per share.
So that's a wrap, guys. That is our trading session for the day. Good job, good work, everybody inside the chat that locked in some killer profits. Small $100 day for me. Call it break even. Just trying to work these markets. It's just a game of patience, making sure that risk is being managed, making sure the best of the best trades are taken. No big losses, no big wins. Small green day. Green's green, green's good. Really just, again, waiting for these markets to turn around, a little bit better market conditions, the types of strategies that work for me. And it's just a matter of time before we see some nice trades actually follow through, actually work out. And again, it's just a game of patience in working with the market, not against it. If you can break even in a bad market, break even. If you sit on the sidelines in a market you don't like, sit on these sidelines. But again, good job and good work today for those of you that enjoyed these types of markets, that were able to find these opportunities and make it happen, right? We'll be back here tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. to do this all over again. Enjoy your hump day evening. If you have any questions, let me know inside of chat. Stream is open. Chat is open 24/7. Stream will be shut down at 7 p.m. You guys have your scanners. You are all set, ready to rock and roll, team. Again, enjoy your Wednesday nights. Any questions, hit me up. Shoot me a volley. You guys know the drill. Let's send it the way we always send it in 3, in 2, in 1. Woo! You guys are the best team out there. I tell you what, Alpha Nation, baby. You guys are the real deal. Enjoy your evening. I'll see you back here bright and early at the start of pre-market, 7 a.m. Take care, guys.
loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared out in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times are there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves, there's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared out in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times are There's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can